It is an absolutely beautiful day in Scottsdale, Arizona. Perfect for Barrett Jackson's 50th anniversary celebration. And if you're going to hold a party, you want lots of people. And that's exactly what we have here at Westworld. They have been flooding in all week, and today they are coming in like you can't believe. And once they get through those doors and they're on the other side, well, they are in for an automotive extravaganza. Beautiful cars crossing the block inside the arena, and plenty of people, plenty of bidders ready to raise their hand and get that chance to buy their automotive dream. You know, today is day 3 of our auction coverage here on FYI, and what a week it's been so far. Yesterday, we saw 3 cars cross the block and sell for $100,000 or more. Today, we've already had 3. You know, the quality of the cars and the price of the cars goes up every day. Who knows what we're going to see cross the block in terms of value today. And up on the block, well, let's join the members of our team. We'll start with Mike Joy.
Thanks, Rick, and hi, everybody. When each car rolls here to center stage, the auctioneer will open the bidding. He has a whole platoon of bidder assistants throughout the arena to relay bids into Nerve Central of the auction. And then these cars will proceed down the ramp to put pressure on the bidders, and when it's hammer sold, each car has a new owner. It's my job to tell you about these cars, along with my partner Steve Magnante, what they were like new, which ones are valuable now, which are done to a high standard, and which might need a little help.
You know, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I love everything about cars except one thing: they don't talk. So it'll be our duty, our job, our task to give the cars a voice and describe to you at home what makes one car special, maybe stand above the others. And the variety today is going to be better than anything so far. Great cars on store.
So let's get right to it with this car on the ramp. This is a Porsche 911 Cabriolet with the very rare turbo look option, they called it on the sheet. You got the 930 turbo fenders, suspension, and brakes, but you got the normal Carrera engine and the 5-speed transmission, where the turbo only got 4 speeds.
That's right. Don't mistake this car for a car that's had fiberglass flares added. These were done by Porsche, and this is all metal. My little Maverick sticks everywhere. This is steel work here, not a kit car. And again, keep in mind, turbo Porsche 930 was launched in '75, and '86 was the first year you could get a Targa or a convertible. Now, this is a turbo look, no turbo engine, but again, Mike said, the brakes and suspension are here.
I had one of these in coupe form, and it was one of the best cars I ever owned.
And away it goes, $58,000 for that 86 Porsche 911 Cabriolet. Time checking with the next member of our team. Introduce him to you, the McGuire Staging Lane, the host of Hoovie's Garage on YouTube. Here's Tyler Hoover.
Yeah, the staging lanes are already heating up with some incredible cars, incredible quality. And when you see Blazers and Jimmys, when they're resto modded, usually they are jacked up like this. But what happens when you go down? That's the case with this one right here. This is a Jimmy that started life as a 2-wheel drive, so that gave them the idea to lower this thing, put it on coil-over suspension, and you can see it has a really cool look. You can also take a turn on this thing at more than 20 miles an hour without risking flipping it over. A 350 under the hood, and this one kind of unique. It's a permanent convertible. Gone is the hard top or any of the hardware to give it a nice, clean, flush look, which where I live in Kansas, where if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes, it may not work for you. But here in Arizona, this is the perfect car. I imagine that's why Rick lives here. Rick?
Exactly right, Tyler. That's why I own a convertible. I always say there's some part of every day here in Arizona when you can put the top down. Up at the block now, a 1957 Chevy 3200 custom pickup truck.
Beautiful custom. This one's been tubbed to accommodate big wide wheels and tires. It's got a 383 stroker, all done in gleaming black and all freshly done to a high standard.
871 supercharger with a B&M Turbo 400 with a deep trans pan, as it's described. Keep in mind that transmissions use hydraulic fluid, liquid, and the cooler the better, and the deep pan allows extra capacity for cooler operation.
And now 50, and now 50, and now 50, and now 50, 50. I'm going to be 50 down there, 850. I'm going to be 50 down there, I'm going to be now 50 down.
This is a 3200, so initially it was a 3/4, maybe even a 1-tonner, which explains the extra long bed. This would have had the 1-ton axle, but again, it's been so hot rodded, turned more into a car than a truck. at this point.
$50,000 on the phone.
Hammers down, and the final price on that one, $50,000 for a 1957 Chevy 3200. All right, time to introduce you to the next member of our team. Here's April Rose.
This is GM's, at the time, their finest station wagon. This is a 1957 Buick Caballero estate wagon. Now, they only made them for 2 years because they were just too expensive to build. I mean, look at all this chrome, this massive front bumper, and these rockets just jetting out. Got that 1957 detail right here, and that hood ornament, just beautiful chrome all over. It's finished in Seminole red over Dover white. She's got the 354 automatic. And just check out those Art Deco inspired taillights around the back. I mean, so much chrome for days. Inside, beautiful detailing on the door panels. 1950, did I say chrome? Because there's a lot of chrome inside there, that coat of arms on the steering wheel. Man, this is just one beautiful car. That's the thing about Buick back in the day, in the 1950s. Let's just look for more places to put chrome. DeBro?
Yeah, exactly. Boy, and you're right, that was the top of the line station wagon. You know, no Cadillac station wagon, so that was the best you could get from Buick. Beautiful. Up on the block right now, we got big money on a 2018 Jeep Wrangler JL Custom. It just hammered sold at $85,000. And by the way, I mentioned earlier that we've had 3 vehicles cross the block and sell for $100,000. One of them was a Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sport that had a lot of custom work. So these Jeeps are bringing serious money up here on the block. Another SUV, a classic with a lot of custom work, a 1971 Ford Bronco.
Well, the brand new Ford Bronco has a long waiting list, and they'll sell one of the first edition ones for charity later on this evening. But what that's done, it's promoted great interest in the original Bronco, both restored and reproduction.
Yeah, these were launched in 1966 in 3 different types: a station wagon, a pickup truck, and a roadster. And you go with the VIN. If you see U15, that means it's a wagon with a fiberglass lid that's permanently bolted down. That's how this one started out, but that was then. It's been redone, sort of as the roadster, with a soft top, the roll cage, and like most Broncos of this era, the rear wheel openings have been greatly enlarged in order to accommodate big fat tires. The stock wheel opening is about a quarter that size and doesn't take much tire.
You know, 5-6 years ago, you never saw Broncos at Barrett-Jackson. And then once Ford announced they were bringing back the iconic brand and making it very true to the original, we started seeing all kinds of these, and look at the money.
We're jumping 95, and I have a feeling we're at $100,000 and not over yet.
This one's got a V8 4-speed manual transmission, 9-inch rear axle, Dana 37 up front, and a lift kit.
Broncos aren't coming on strong, they are strong. $110,000 for that custom Bronco from 1971. That is the top seller of the day so far.
And it's only Thursday, and we're just getting started.
Barely started. Well, don't forget, we got plenty of coverage here today. We're going to have 6 hours of live coverage on FYI. Then we're going to come back tomorrow and have a really big day. We'll start at 3 p.m. Eastern time, go until 6 on the History Channel. Then we'll move over to FYI and go all the way till midnight. Saturday, we'll start on FYI at 2 o'clock Eastern time. At 6 p.m., move over to FYI and go all the way until midnight again. Plenty of coverage. So you see some great cars like this one, a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere. This one is a 413 wedge custom coupe. It's got a 413 cubic inch wedge engine, Z-Ross Ram, all kinds of great stuff. Welcome back here in the arena at Westworld. Plenty of people on hand. We've already had a lot to see. Cars selling for more than $100,000. And earlier today, there was a car sold for a great cause. This was James Garner's 2009 Cadillac CTS, the last car that James Garner owned. There, I love the license plate. Signifies both Maverick and the Rockford Files. And the car was sold to benefit the James Garner Animal Rescue Fund. These folks right here, well, they bid $100,000. Every penny of that will go to the charity, to the fund. Great car sold for a great cause. And we'll see more of that here before the week is over at Barrett-Jackson. Meanwhile, up on the block, we've got a 1969 Dodge Charger RT. This is a 440.
Well, in the grill, we see the magical RT, which sets this one apart as the muscle car version. And keep in mind, 86,000 Chargers were built in 1969. About 19,000 of them were RTs. And of course, RT means nothing less than a 440 Magnum under the hood.
R/T, road or track, take your pick. At least that's what the Dodge marketing folks wanted you to believe. So this was an up-styled Charger with the performance to match.
You see the tail stripe, that's the Bumblebee stripe. And the Scat Pack was sort of an affinity group that Dodge had for its performance cars from 68 through 71. It's been revived, by the way, quite recently. But when you see the stripe around the tail, it was the cars with the Bumblebee stripes, the Dodge Scat Pack. Something interesting about the Charger is the standard issue hideaway headlights. These have vacuum motors behind the grille, which lift and retract the plastic covers. Now, for 1970, they also appeared, but they were electrified, a little more complex. But what a classic muscle car nose.
Well, we're creeping up on $100,000 for this one. This willow green, kind of a restful shade for a muscle car, but at least two bidders really like it.
The wheels on this one are not the Magnum 500 you might expect. These are Keystone Classics, which are pretty typical, or dare I say classic, Day 2 edition.
Up in the skybox, $96,000. Congratulations to the folks right there. You notice at one point they thought the bid was a little higher. They stop everything. They make sure they know what the right number is before they move along. $96,000 for a 1969 Dodge Charger RT 440. Up behind it, this is a car that Tyler previewed just a few minutes ago, a 1971 Jimmy Custom. It's a topless SUV.
Well, don't call it a K5, it's a C5, because this is a factory two-wheel drive. Now, most Blazers, of course, built to take on the Bronco, which was strictly four-wheel drive. Most Blazers were four-wheelers with a handful of two-wheelers like this. Now, something you won't find on a two-wheel drive Blazer is leaf springs and a live axle up front. These have the pickup truck's coil springs and independent control arms.
Has the orange and black houndstooth upholstery, and not only has the top been removed, but all of the attachment points for the top have been covered over. So we would call this a roadster, a topless car without a convertible top. Big hoops front and rear, lowered suspension, drop spindles, a real cool summertime cruiser.
Yeah, the Blazer was General Motors' belated response to the International Scout, the Ford Bronco, but it was by far the more successful when you add up all the numbers. 350 V8 with what they call shorty headers. We see the term here, shorty headers. What that means basically is the primary tubes are shorter. They're not tuned for any kind of resonance, but they fit the chassis very well.
And you know, there's a perfect example in the SUV craze right now. What do you want to do with it? You want to take it up, make it high? We've seen, like the one that's going to be following, all the altitude, or you can drop it down, slam it down to the ground. What do you want to do? It's a pallet. Have fun with it. $68,000 for a 1971 Chevy K5 Blazer Custom. Pardon me, the Jimmy Custom Topless SUV. It is being followed by a 1971 Chevy K5 Blazer Custom. It is also topless, but it's not slammed to the ground.
Yeah, another roadster conversion. You won't be able to put a top on this one, but unlike the C5, this is a K5. So this was born as a four-wheel drive, and it retains all-wheel drive to this day.
That's one of the great things about Barrett-Jackson. It's more than an auction, it's a classroom, and you get to see both versions of the Blazer right here in sequence. This one is powered by a small block Chevy, as they all were. This one being a 350 with 400 horsepower, which is quite a bit more than it would have had stock, but that's okay.
Roll cage added, Corbeau seats, and with that lift kit, you could take this to the mall and you would stand out head and shoulders, if this had shoulders, above the rest of the SUVs and crossovers in the parking lot.
I tell you, 10 years ago, if you would have told us that they were modifying SUVs like this and coming up in the $100,000 or close to it range, I think a lot of people would have been pretty shocked.
Again, the lift kits on these is quite, they're very easy to do with raising them, suspension lift kits with blockers.
I'll tell you what, the one previous to that slammed down to the ground did 85. This one did 87. Pretty similar number. Doesn't matter whether you raise it or lower it. People still love it. All right, let's check in with the final member of our team. Here's Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. I'm down here in the salon with the head honchos that run the operation, Craig Jackson, Chairman and CEO, Steve Davis. Thank you for stepping away from the block. It is already hot up there. 5 cars at least, I think, over $100,000. Is looking pretty good, but I want to switch gears a little bit here. We also had a wonderful moment that our viewers at home just saw with Charity. The James Garner car, his last car, the Cadillac, sold for a wonderful cause. Craig, Charity has been a big part of the Barrett Jackson story for 50 years.
It has. We started actually as a charity car show in '67. It evolved into an auction, but my parents were involved in an awful lot of charities. They gave us those roots of our company. Steve and I have taken that mantle. Steve put together the deal for the first GT500 VIN1, and from there it's been a moonshot.
You've both given a lot, directly and indirectly to charity yourself. Steve, where does your commitment to this charity aspect come from?
Well, again, when you stand on that stage particularly, you grow up, everybody has their own story growing up, and me particularly, you have your backstory. And someday, as a child, you dream to find yourself in something, nothing like this, because nothing like this existed at that time. But when you find yourself there, and you're kind of that front guy, always asking, give from your heart, not from your wallet, it's incumbent upon us, and we do, to make sure that we live by that same motto. And again, it's been some incredible moments for us, and me particularly with my family. And Barrett Jackson has created arguably one of the most incredible charitable platforms in the world, because it's not just the money we raise in dollars, it's the awareness we create along the way. It's incredible.
So we've had one charity car today. We expect to see another 2 today, and then some more over the coming days. Just give us a couple of those highlights.
Give you a brief. I want to tell you, I want to thank Gigi reached out to me, and I set it up on the stage, but James Garner was a friend of my brother's, would stop by whenever he's in town. We had bought one of his cars from him previously, so when she called, and to play the Rockford Files when it rolled up there was just that thing for us that grew up in that era. Now we're going to go into selling a special Bronco with Ford, with Henry Ford III, who will be here today, Cobra later on. Tomorrow we start ratcheting it up. We have a Pantera that we are going to sell tomorrow for Paralympics, or for Barrow, and a Toyota for Paralympics. But Brett Michaels is going to help us with Barrow. Barrow has saved his life twice, so that's a great car for a great cause. Saturday night, Pitbull is going to be here selling his car, and also all the people around that charity. He is such a, I think, breath of fresh air right now of optimism and what he does in his charter schools. The other charity he's raising money for is to match foster kids with the right home.
Wonderful.
And we top it off with selling the first VIN number 1 Z06 Corvette, probably the most highly anticipated American sports car. The mid-engine, when we sold it here for $3 million, was something. Now we supercharge it.
Real quick, if you please, let me just say also the first VIN number GT500 KR. And also a very special moment for all our Canadian brothers and sisters. The Pegasus Project Star is going to be on the auction block Friday, so it's going to be incredible.
I won't leave anybody out. 2 low number VIN 1, VIN 2 new Tundras, and we actually unveiled the new Sequoia here. So we do car launches and then sell them.
Absolutely. Your commitment to charity is absolutely outstanding. So much to see today. We're set for a great day, and we're going to throw it back up to the block there with Rick. Back to you, my friend.
All right, thanks a lot, Murph. We appreciate it. And up on the block right now, an absolutely stunning 1963 Chevy Nova Custom.
What a great example of a pro touring build where, handling and braking are just as important as acceleration. LS1 with a really cool custom engine cover, 6-speed manual transmission, really tasteful for an orange car. Those things usually don't go together, but this is good.
Very cool looking in Hugger orange. Now in 1963 in Chevy showrooms, you could buy a full-size Chevrolet, you could buy the rear-engine Corvair, or this, the Chevy 2. The upscale edition was the Nova, and there was no Chevelle yet. Certainly there was no Camaro. This was it if you wanted a compact, conventional Chevrolet.
Another thing that was not available in 63 in a Nova was a V8. That came along in 64, but again, as a hot rod, anything's possible. The original monoplate leaf springs, which were kind of a weak knee element of the Nova, have been replaced here with coil-over shocks at all corners, with link suspension, and I'm sure this car handles very well.
Right now, it's handled its way up to $102,000. I said earlier, the quality of the cars, the price of the cars going up. Yeah, we have arrived.
Like the custom work on the dashboard, all of the gauges or the center of that, the radio hole, all plugged in and covered over and molded. Looks good.
And away it goes, that 1963 Chevy Nova. Like I said, the prices are going to go up, but tell you what, before the day's over, it's going to get even more. We're going to take a quick break here on our coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, the 50th anniversary, live from Scottsdale. Don't go anywhere. The Old West, but I tell you what, the cars are pretty spectacular. A lot of new tweaks that everybody's putting in them, so it's really spectacular as you walk around and look at them all. Up on the block right now, a 1965 Chevy. It's a Malibu SS.
Well, that's a wonderful car. Looks like a Z16 396, but it's the next best thing. The 327 L79 with a 4-speed transmission. The transmission, the 4-speed, was $188 extra, but what a beautiful restoration.
Well, that $188, I think, has turned into a good investment. That one just sold for $70,000 to that gentleman right there. He signed the paperwork. Remember, he agrees to pay a 10% buyer's commission on top of the price. Writes the check, and he's out the door. A little earlier, we previewed a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere. This is a 413 Wedge Custom.
Well, it looks like an A990 race Hemi, but that would be a two-door post. But, oh, surprise, a Max Wedge under the hood. Of course, the Max Wedge is an engine made between 62 and 64. The next best thing to a 426 Hemi, A&A Transmissions in Cambianiana makes brand new cross-ram manifolds. That's what we got there. Kramer Automotive Specialties makes reproduction air cleaners. So all the stuff you see there used to be really rare stuff. Now you can get it in reproduction. Well, what a nice car. I've driven a bunch of Max Wedge cars on the street, and they're fine. I use Edelbrock 500 CFM carburetors, and I leave them box stock, and there's no problems with tip-in. Of course, the key is a loose converter or a manual transmission. I see an 8 3/4 on this one, but really laser straight bodywork.
Chrysler Corp really bragged about their torsion bar front suspension, Steve, but could you really tell much of a difference driving a car every day, torsion bar versus coil springs?
Well, I could. You know, I had a Hemi Charger back in the 80s, and it was a great handling car. And again, it's all about not having slant 6 torsion bars, which guys will use for drag racing because they're supple, but they allow a lot of body roll. But the RT bars, the heavy-duty bars, yes, they're very good handling cars. The magazine reviews of the day often said Mopars were some of the better handling cars versus coil spring competitors that were a little more marshmallowy. That's my opinion. Column shifted automatic, bench seat.
Well, there you go, $50,000 for that 65 Plymouth Belvedere, that 413 cubic inch Max Wedge under the hood. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
I found a prancing horse, lot 759, a 2001 Ferrari 360, and this car brought Ferrari into the modern era. 400 horsepower mid-engine V8, very practical, and this one has the perfect spec in my opinion. A coupe in yellow with the 2-piece wheels, the Daytona seats, and this one is in great shape, a little over 20,000 miles, and it just recently had its belt service done, which on these cars you get from the inside behind the seats rather than taking the engine out. It also has my favorite option, which is the Tubi exhaust. The owner here, he's in the car. He's had it for 16 years. He wants to give it one last send-off before he lets it go. What a noise out of this great machine.
Sounds spectacular. Thanks, Tyler. I love the fact he gets it one last chance. The owner has the option of driving it on the block. Sometimes they choose to. Sometimes they let a Barrett Jackson driver do that. Up on the block right now, a 1965 Mustang. This is a Shelby GT350 recreation.
Well, pretty much an R-code recreation. They have the roll bar, the spare tire here where the rear seat would be on a regular Mustang, and even touches like the competition hood pin to hold the trunk lid down. Fuel cell, battery relocated to the trunk. Nice job of recreating the R model GT350. If this was a real one, we'd be at 20 times the price.
Now the consignor admits this is a C code 2-barrel 289 car, but nicely done.
And away goes to that gentleman right there. And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on with the price $57,000. A lot of custom work went into that one. All right, how about another Mustang? A little more modern in this case. It's a 2019 GT Custom.
Well, you remember earlier we had the Porsche 911 Turbo look. If you could do a M491 Turbo look package to a Mustang, it would look like this. The fenders have been pulled, looks about 3 inches in the front, 4 or 5 in the rear. A suspension, wheel, tire changes. A lot going on here, Steve.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Now, the front fenders on this are aluminum. The rear quarter panel extensions are steel, like that Porsche. So this is not a plastic filler baby. This is all metal, which is a really, really major plus. Supercharged engine. And one thing I love about the Ford Mustang GT, these come right from the factory with line lock. Yes, you can set it to do burnouts at the track only, please. But factory line lock, who would have thunk it? The good old days are right now.
Not only does it have all that great custom work, according to the consignor, it has less than 300 miles on the odometer, essentially a brand new car.
We'll show here the rear quarter panel with my little magnet out, which is a lot of fun, but a lot of times this kind of work is made in plastic. Not here, this is all hand-formed metal. Really, really nice. It won't unravel over time.
We should point out Steve's magnet is soft. No metal against metal right there.
That's right. It's actually a plastic magnet. If this does harm to the paint is still wet.
Tell you what, solid money. We're up to $92,000, still moving up. Oh, there we go, $93,000, the hammer price. High fives to all those folks. Congratulations. They get themselves essentially a brand new custom Mustang GT. We're going to take a quick break and come back to the Barrett Jackson Collector Car Auction, the 50th anniversary here in Scottsdale. Welcome back to Scottsdale. Up on the block right now, we get a 1970 Chevelle Custom.
Yeah, it's just pretty cool. LS1 power under the hood, big wheels and tires. Oh, excuse me. No, it's an old school 350. Okay, it says 5.7. Nowadays, you assume it's an LS1. But yeah, they made 350s like this. Iron heads, iron block, aluminum dual plane intake manifold, and an Edelbrock 4-barrel set of headers. And this is the backbone of customizing and hot rodding right here, the small block Chevy.
Well, I like the build on this. You know, they've gone, as you mentioned earlier, with the Pro Touring build. It's not just about going fast in line. It's about going fast and being able to turn. They've done a lot of work to make it up there. They've got the Wilwood brakes they've added, done all kinds of upgraded suspension work.
Yeah, stopping is good. It's true.
Yeah, that was a problem in the old days. You know, it was great when you had all that horsepower and you could go up to go fast, but slowing down and turning, that was an issue.
Now this one retains its disc brakes in the front and drum brakes in the rear. If you're going road racing, you want 4-wheel disc brakes. But the truth is, the front brakes do about 70% of the stopping of this or of your passenger car. We always went by the theory that if you could lock the brakes up, you had enough brake, and the disc drum combination worked real well for Detroit for decades.
VIN in this car starts with 136, so it began as a V8 car. 133 would have been a 250 cubic and 6-cylinder. Again, not that it matters now, but it's good to get in the practice of looking at that. It trains you to be more watchful and diligent.
Gentleman on the right side of your screen is handling the internet bid. We've also got somebody bidding down on the floor as well. Remember, you can bid on the floor in person here. You can also bid over the phone, or you can bid over the internet.
So there's a relay system. There is a bidder assistant with someone in the seats off to the far right past the down ramp. He relays the bid to a bidder assistant here at the edge of the stage. He relays it to Shane Ratliff, the auctioneer, who drops the hammer.
Just like a fire bucket brigade, as long as the information gets up there.
It is a well-oiled machine.
$54,000. You know, every auction, we try to pick a spotlight year and highlight the cars from that year. So this year, well, of course, we chose 1971, the year that Barrett-Jackson as a company was formed. So here's Mike Joy with one of his favorite 1971 cars.
My favorite 1971 car was the Chevy Z28 Camaro. In 1973, I scraped together an $800 down payment, borrowed $2,400 for 2 years, and I owned an LT1 4-speed Mulsanne Blue with white stripe version of the car that Chevy raced in the Trans Am Series. It was my daily driver, my rally car, my autocross car, and I wish I still had it. And I think this is probably the best GM styling exercise of all time.
And a little bit earlier today, the car that he was showing and standing next to went across the block. That beautiful 1971 Camaro Z28 sold for $55,000. So let me think about this. You bought yours back then for about $3,200?
Correct.
Yeah, and this one just sold for $55,000.
That's okay. I don't have mine anymore, but I recently replaced it with the car that was shown in the feature. It was as close to it as I could find.
You've been looking for that car for years, trying to find it.
I'm still looking. You know, that dream won't die.
Well, I'll tell you, a dream that won't die is up on the block right now. A 1968 Chevy C10. We're up to $90,000. Look at that big orange bed. Beautifully done with white on the outside, and it just hammered sold for $90,000. Pickup trucks are popular, and we are seeing big money for them. Don't forget Barrett-Jackson.com. That's where you can go to see the entire list of all the cars that are going to be crossing the block, as well as those that have already been here. You can look ahead to our auction coming up in Palm Beach. That's the next Barrett-Jackson auction. All right, we just saw one Z28 that sold earlier today that Mike enjoyed from 1971. This is the 1968 edition.
Well, 68 production exploded from 602 to just about 7,199, and this car is a real one. The good news there is Jerry McNish, who's kind of the guru of all things Z28 and Supersport, has approved this car. Now, if you look at this from the side, if the tires look kind of tall, that's because these have the correct 15x6 rally wheels seen only on Camaro Z28. You could not get these wheels on lesser Supersports.
In fact, it wasn't until the late 80s you could get more than a 14-inch wheel on any Camaro, except a Z28. Now, this one's in the catalog as a Z28 SS, and that is a misnomer because SS could not be combined with the Z28 Special Performance option, although the RS hideaway headlights could. The stripes were on most, but not every Z28. They could be deleted, and the stripes came only in black or white.
To your point, Mike, the cost of the Z28 option was $400 over a V8 tub. By contrast, the Supersport was half that money, $210. Now here's the deal. The Z28 gave you a very special 5-liter 302 V8 and a 4-speed. So the Z28 package was actually quite a bit more than the SS350.
There were a choice of 3 4-speeds, the wide ratio or close ratio Muncie, or the Rock Crusher with its straight cut gears.
The trunk on this one is just as nice as everywhere else. It's just beautiful. I like to say it's really crisp, and something kind of neat is this car does have the optional Posit traction rear axle. Here's the sticker that you would find to warn you not to jack one tire off the ground and move the car, because it will move with the Posi. Nice.
$85,000 for that beautiful 1968 Camaro Z28. All right, let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, I'm hanging out with this beautiful 1967 Chevelle SS 396. There's just something really special about that 66, 67 body style. So neat. I absolutely love them. Now, this one's got those very special numbers in her VIN, 138. That means she's a true SS, that 396 big block, Muncie's 4-speed manual, loaded with all the options. And now check out inside. I love how high these controls are. I had a 67 El Camino, which is essentially the same. They're so easy to reach up high. You're not fumbling around. That speedometer is tucked under the ledge, so there's no glares. And that analog clock by the shifter, man, if you can read analog, I'm not good at it. That's not one of my specialties, but that is a really neat touch. Finished in PPG red paint. I am in love, and I'm missing my 67 El Camino right now to grill.
So April just admitted why she was driving so fast all those years. Just had a hard time reading that speedometer. That was the excuse. $45,000, $47,000, the current bid on a 69 Camaro SS Custom.
Well, in the marketing, they called the Camaro the Hugger, and this was its signature color for 69, Hugger Orange, with one of 3 different striping options. The white hockey stick stripe that starts at the nose and goes to the back of the door. D80 spoilers added to this SS.
Yeah, this one's got a 383, which is not a Mopar transplant, but on the front fender we'll see that 383 emblem. That's an aftermarket item, but it just speaks to the fact that you name it and it's possible. Kind of cool. It looks stock, but not. The 383, of course, is a stroke 350, a little more torque. Still a small block.
Ice cube trays on the hood. If you grew up north and had to drive these through the winter, and if your mom had a conventional refrigerator with ice cube trays, you know what these are and what they do.
I like the subtle upgrades, 4-wheel disc brakes, Detroit Speed suspension members, tubular control arms, of course Detroit Speed operated by Kyle Tucker, former General Motors engineer.
$62,000, that's the hammer price on the 1969 Camaro SS, Hugger Orange, X11. It's got everything you can ask for. Coming up in just a moment, we're going to see a 1957 Studebaker Golden Hawk. 352 cubic inch V8 under the hood, total of 275 horsepower.
Happy 50th anniversary, Barrett Jackson. Here's to another 50 more.
Well, I'll tell you what, we got cars for another 50 more. There's 1,800 cars here at this auction, all of them selling at no reserve. You want to have a 50th anniversary celebration? That's the way to do it. Up on the block right now, we've got a 1950 Chevy 3100 Custom, currently bid at $60,000.
Well, it's beautiful. The only thing stock here is the shape of the body. Of course, it rides on a tubular frame with independent suspension up front. No more beam, and out back a 4-link setup. The leaf springs are long gone, but you just love the way those big fat wheel tubs in the back fill out those tires, and just nicely done.
Has a ZZ4 Chevy crate motor, Heights suspension, front and rear. Boy, very nice, very meticulous build here.
It does have the custom window cab, the corner cab here, with about $14 more. Far better rearward visibility.
$67,000 for that 1950 Chevy 3100 Custom all the way. Well, if you'd like to try and sharpen your bidding skills and maybe win a great prize in the process, you want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. Just go to BarrettJacksonFantasyBid.com to register and play. We'll try to predict the winning bid of select auction vehicles that are going to be crossing the block this Saturday. Now, the winner of Scottsdale is going to get a 3-day Radford driving school experience. And if you play the game for all 4 Barrett Jackson auctions that we have this year, you will also have a chance to win the grand prize, a 2022 Dodge Challenger. Now, there are only a couple more days before the game begins, so make sure you register for Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. Up on the block now, it's a Chevelle from 1970, an LS5.
The LS5 is the milder 454, not to be confused with LS6, but this has the ZL2 cowl induction hood, which was an option, but a nice restoration, apparently a real one, not a clone.
Cranberry red with a camel interior is a very common color scheme now. Not so in 1970. Most of these red Chevelles got black interiors. Very few of them got this camel shade. I really like it, but I think it's a much more modern look than what we usually saw back in 1970.
In 1970, you had the choice of an SS396 or an SS454. What was the difference? Well, the SS454 was $503 over the base V8. $58 less would get you the 396. So if you ask me, I'd spend the $58, get the 454 versus the 396. They're both very similar to look at, but again, the 454 has 450 foot-pounds of torque to spin those tires.
1970 was the height of the horsepower race in Detroit. 1971 brought lower net horsepower ratings, and then the insurance companies got involved after that. So 1970 was as good as it got.
You know, little known fact is the cowl induction hood actually has two openings. One goes up, there's another one inside, which is actually the one that does the job. It's a much larger duct. We'll get to that a little later on.
All right, away that one goes at $81,000. Rolling up behind it, we got a movie star. A 1967 Plymouth Satellite convertible. This is one that was in Tommy Boy.
Here got out of this car. Here it is, the 67 Plymouth Satellite convertible.
Wow, what a beautiful piece this is. It just looks horrible, as it should from the movie Tommy Boy. Now, this car was purchased from a company that provides cars to movies to be used, and you note here the tow bar provisions so that this car could be towed and the actors could be shot without actually having to drive the car. So Chris Farley and David Spade probably sat right here during the filming of that very iconic movie.
This car has a 383 engine, dressed out to look like a 440. Not sure what that all means. The hood is closed. The two engines are quite similar to look at. The VIN on this one is not a Plymouth RP27, but rather, I think, a state-issued VIN. So it's not pretty to look at, but the history that this car has is well, unmatched, if you love
I'll tell you what, getting a lot of attention here in the room. We're up to $62,000, and it's not because it's a great car, it's because of the story behind the car. Remember, we saw the Wayne's World Pacer sell yesterday for $65,000, and that's where we are with Tommy Boy.
Steve, you must have seen better cars condition-wise than this in your junkyard crawls.
I got to say, I do a lot of junkyard crawls on my YouTube channel, and, you know, this would fit right in. But it's a movie car. You know, I don't see a lot of movie cars in a junkyard, that's for sure.
Well, there it goes, $65,000. Apparently that's a going rate for pop cars and fun movies. $65,000. They're right on the sticker. It still runs. It's on its way out the door. Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Things seem to be moving pretty fast out there. I'll tell you what, that's in the area where you look at the cars. Up on the block right now, we have a new #1 seller of the day. Currently bid at $125,000 for this 1956 Ford F-250 Custom. And that's what the hammer's down on, the #1 sale of the day so far. That is our 8th car to hit 6 figures. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot more of those before the day is done. Beautiful years to take that frame-off build on that 1956 pickup truck.
Rick, the choice of color on that truck and the quality of the paint has outshone anything that has crossed the block so far this week. It was gorgeous.
And there's just no question that the pickup trucks have arrived with a vengeance. Not just popular, but now bringing the top prices. All right, up on the block now, a 1955 Willys pickup.
Well, this is a wonderful bit of, well, it looks like a time flash back to a gas station circa 1955. This would have been parked around the side. They'd put a plow on it in the wintertime and just use it for work. But it is so nice to restore. It's mouth-watering.
I remember Richfield Gasoline. They merged with Atlantic and became ARCO. You may know them by that name, ARCO. This has its original 226 cubic inch, 6-cylinder, mated to its 3-speed transmission. A lot of these have been repurposed and repowered. Not this one. It's the way it was born.
And this is called the Willys pickup truck. A lot of folks forget that Willys, beyond the Jeep, made the Jeepster, the pickup truck, the station wagon. And if you have a Jeepster, you'll recognize these rear fenders with this little metal panel on the top, repurposed for use on the Jeepster. But same part, 2 jobs.
Now, something I've not seen at Barrett-Jackson is what's hanging off or attached to the rear bumper. This is a PTO, a power takeoff. This splined shaft can be mated up to any kind of implement that you would tow behind it that needs to be shaft driven and powered by the truck itself. Very cool.
According to Consigner, they've got $100,000 in the build on this one. They finished it about 6 years ago, and they've only driven it about 14 test miles since then. So essentially a brand new build that hasn't been driven.
I like the tires, great choice. Nobby's very aggressive. Companies like Coker, Lucas can supply you with retro tires that look the part.
Tell you what, if you're not a Richfield guy, you could also, you know, with the blue and yellow paint scheme, you could make it up as a Sunoco truck. Now we're at $100,000. Like I said, serious money for these custom trucks. That's what it sells for, $102,000 for that Willis pickup truck.
The GTO has 1,246 actual miles on it. The Ford Motor Company manufactures safety recall issue.
All right, rolling up behind it, we got a 2013 Shelby GT500 convertible.
5.8 liters growing out of the 5.4. These are SVT hand-assembled engines. The Romeo niche line supercharger. These things are instant collectibles. Beautiful. All stock.
Yeah, this one just has 1,250 miles on the odometer. That's all that's been driven since it was brand new. That exterior paint is called Rack Red.
It's a race red. There's a typo in the catalog. It's fine. I looked at that. Rack red, but race red indeed.
I'd never heard of Rack Red. I'm like, where did that come from?
No, now this is an S197 platform made between 2005 and 2014, and Ford made upgrades along the way. And for 2013, these cars went from a two-piece to a one-piece drive shaft for less whip at top speed. And this car will do darn near 200 miles per hour. And just an amazing thing that this car exists in these days. You know, the supercar 60s were a great time, but you ain't seen nothing yet. The good old days are right now. These are stock muscle cars that'll do 200 miles per hour. It's amazing. These S197s still have a live rear axle. The next generation after would have an independent rear suspension, but these were very capable road racers despite the, quote, antique, unquote, rear axle.
And what a great opportunity. You've got a Shelby name, you got GT500, you've got modern performance. I mean, this is such a great car to be able to buy and to own. I mean, yeah, it's not the latest generation of body style, but still, in 2013, I love the look of these cars. $72,000 for that 2013 Shelby GT500. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Now lot 769.1, a 1939 Lincoln Zephyr Custom. Reminds me a lot of my first trip to Barrett-Jackson as a kid. After watching the coverage for years on TV, I finally begged my dad into going, and a 1938 Lincoln Zephyr was the headliner car. It sold for $440,000, and the room went crazy, and I was hooked for life. Now, here 18 years later, this is actually the first year of my own son coming to a Barrett-Jackson auction. That Lincoln Zephyr back in 2004 had a custom-built V12 to give tribute to the original flathead that was in these things. This one doesn't have it, just a normal V8, but it does have a big blower on it, and it is very, very well done.
Thanks a lot. Look forward to that coming up on the block, Tyler. And up on the block right now is a car that April Rose previewed, that 1957 Buick Caballero Estate Wagon.
Well, these were only made for 2 years, and the Caballero combines two major styling trends of the mid-50s, the hardtop body with no door pillars and the station wagon. You got to remember, the baby boom was on, people were having families, and station wagons became a very big part of the production total.
I tell you what, this one is bringing strong money for a 1957 because it's beautifully done, and as April pointed out, this was the nicest station wagon you could get. We're closing in on $100,000, currently bid at $92,000.
These bodies are so special that they were not made by Fisher Body, rather Ionia Body of Flint, Michigan made these for General Motors. Very special.
Well, almost made $100,000, $95,000 for that 1957 Buick Caballero. April, you can pick them. Let's check in with Mike Joy, who's standing by with a special guest.
Well, I'm with Henry Ford. You know, your dad and I were just getting our driver licenses when the first Ford Bronco came out. What did you think when Ford decided to bring back this iconic brand and, oh my gosh, got deluged with people who wanted one and wanted one right away?
Well, it was great. I mean, this is an iconic vehicle. It's got a history to it. My dad and I bought an old one, actually, about 20 years ago. So it's a vehicle that's been close to our family personally, and obviously people love them. So it's the Bronco's an iconic brand, and it's just great to have it back in the market.
The waiting list goes on forever, but today someone's going to get a chance to buy one for a great cause.
Yeah, so this is a one-of-one first edition, and all proceeds are going to go to the Pope Francis Center, downtown Detroit. It's a homeless shelter. It is they just do fantastic work. It's a charity that Ford and the UAW have been supporting for a long, long time, and we're just so honored to hopefully be able to raise some money for a great cause.
Okay, I have to ask on behalf of all of the waiters everywhere, how long did you have to wait for your new Bronco?
I'm still waiting.
Oh, okay. All right. So I don't feel so bad. Folks, if you want one now, here it is, and it'll be rolling across the block shortly for a great cause.
Exactly, Mike. No waiting if you buy today. $83,000 on the current bid for a 1954 Corvette. This one's a 235 cubic inch, 155 horsepower model.
The price new was $3,498, but you had to pay an extra $145 for the radio. But where's the antenna? Well, it's actually molded into the underside of the trunk lid. It's a grid. No mast antenna in 53 or 4.
Away it goes. Beautiful black, red, white sidewalls. We're going to take a break here at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Well, that's the staging lane just outside the main hall, the main arena, and you can see some of the cars that are lining up. There's that Ferrari that Tyler previewed just a little while ago. That's your last chance to see the cars as they're getting ready to cross up onto the block. Up there right now, a 1956 Cadillac Series 62 convertible, closing in on $100,000.
Yeah, beautiful restoration. A great example, again, of the art of the exhaust outlet. Here we have them coming out through the bottoms of the bumper. Looking good.
Persian green is the color inside and out as this one is hammered sold.
And with that sale, that $100,000 sale, we now have our entire top 10 for today filled with $100,000 cars, topped by that 1956 Ford F-250 Custom that sold for $125,000. Just a little while ago, we previewed this one. It's a 1957 Studebaker Golden Hawk.
Well, these got supercharged. You see the big bulge on the hood, which we hope we can open. The basic body style, minus the fins, dated to the early 50s. Very sleek and aerodynamic, but they put the boost to these.
Yeah, the bulge here is actually there to make clearance for the McCulloch supercharger, which they actually made a hole. That's not just for looks. What it is for looks are the faux louvers, which are just screwed down. But again, louvers were a big thing in the 50s and still continue to be. But this is the 57. 55 was the first year for the Golden Hawk, and that would have had a 352 cubic inch Packard-based V8. But something you gotta love. Studebaker was so, well, underfunded. The quarter panels, the fins on this, are steel, but they're add-ons to the existing quarter panels. So these are actually welded on to the standard. Rather than making a new quarter panel, well, they cobbled it together, but it still looks really cool. Studebaker is one of Detroit's, not one of the big three. It was one of the independent automakers, along with American Motors. So they had to make do, but they did a great job doing it.
Yeah, the problem with that big Packard motor is it was heavy up front, and as a result, you had so much weight up front, you didn't really want to handle very well. It was kind of front nose heavy. $60,000. Big round of applause for that one right there. Congratulations for a 1957 Studebaker Golden Hawk. All right, we're going to stick in 1957. This time it's a Chevy Bel Air convertible.
This one has a 283, first year for it. The 265 replaced here. This one has dual quads. This is the power pack. Very, very nice. 3-speed manual. And we have to remember, of course, the 57 was the first year for the 4-speed in a Corvette, but not in the full-size Chevy. You'd have to wait till 59 before a full-size Chevy could have a 4-speed manual.
Power brakes on this one, and look at the generator here. The generator shaft also runs the power steering pump, so there's not another pulley to that system. That continued through at least 1960 or so. And the two-tone interior, that is factory.
Now the downside of the 3-speed manual is the shifter on the column right here. The trouble is going from first to second involves kind of an awkward jog forward and up, and it's kind of easy to miss that gear. And if nothing else, you can't make it as quickly as you can with an H-pattern floor shifter. But hey, small steps along the way to greatness.
That fluted trim on the side of the 57 only for the top of the line Bel Air, and it's repeated around the base of the trunk. That's aftermarket with the Continental kit, but Chevy wanted everybody to know if you had spent up and bought the top of the line car for that year.
And speaking of the art of the tailpipe, we look under the reverse lights at the bottom of each fin. We'll see what looks kind of like a blacked out area. That's not the exhaust pipe. In fact, it never was, but it looks the part. But just below it, we can see the gooseneck of the stock exhaust outlet. So it gave the look, but without the expense and the function.
Today, everybody pumps their own gas, but back in the day, if you worked in a service station, you had to know where the gas would go. And it would go right behind this door. There's the gas filler.
Great day here in Scottsdale. Weather's beautiful, about 70 degrees outside. Everybody's sitting there watching the cars as they go by. It's a great way to enjoy the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Up on the block right now, we got a 1988 BMW M6.
The Shark. The M6 was BMW's factory hot rod. This one got treated to some deep 3-piece BBS wheels and a Dynon Stage 3 suspension. And boy, I'll tell you, on the parkways around New York City, this was the Executive Express.
Yeah, the money's under the hood on this. This has the similar straight 6, but with a dual overhead cam cylinder head from the M1 supercar, along with an individual port electronic fuel injection. 5-speed manual only. This is a BMW muscle car. These began construction in 1983, and this 88's a 5th-year example. Beautiful.
Cinnabar red over natural leather. And the consignor points out that this has always been a sunny day car. And despite the BMW Car Club of America badge on the grille, this one has never been on the racetrack. It was driven and enjoyed, and now it has a new home.
Yeah, for $75,000 it has a new home. Congratulations to that gentleman right there. We're going to go out to the Road and Track Midway and Tyler Hoover.
Now, Lot 766 is a really nice Onyx example of a 1966 427 Corvette. This is the first year of the big block 427 in the Corvette, and this one's had a repaint and it looks like new seat covers, but otherwise it's a totally, well, unrestored car showing about 50,000 honest miles. And I was looking under the hood of this thing and it looks like it has never been apart. It just has all that sweat and patina on it. And one thing I noticed is the sticker here. It says built by Chevrolet Tonawanda, the #1 Chevy team, which I believe that engine manufacturing team is still in existence, a massive facility in Buffalo, New York. This car is worthy of an NCRS, top flight restoration, or you could drive and enjoy it as is.
All right, thanks a lot. Well, another car you previewed is up on the block right now, a 2001 Ferrari 360. It's a Modena F1, closing in on $100,000.
So the F1 refers to the semi-automatic transmission with paddle shifters, second generation of this. And as Tyler pointed out, this car was a breakthrough for Ferrari for 2 big reasons. First of all, drivers over 6 feet could sit and drive it comfortably. Second, the engine could be fully serviced without having to take it out of the car.
Yeah, that made a huge difference. $100,000 to those folks right there. Congratulations. That beautiful yellow Ferrari 360. All right, really interesting car rolling up behind it. This is a 1998 Porsche. It's a 993, but it's built as a Brumos tribute.
Brumos Porsche, Jacksonville, Florida, started by Avery Brundage and eventually Peter Gregg. And superstar driver Hurley Haywood became involved, Bob Snodgrass, and on and on. And this car was done as a tribute to Peter Gregg and to Brumos, even to a replica Gregg helmet with those iconic red and blue stripes and Gregg's name in very, very, very large letters. Not an actual race car, but gosh, it sure looks the part, and everything has been done here to try to make this equal to the Trans Am and Camel GT cars that Peter Gregg drove as number 59.
Wow, lightweight fiberglass doors, no door handles. This has clasp, but it's pretty cool. The doors have sort of a ghost of where the handle would have been. Fiberglass flares and arcs. But look at that, fiberglass lightweight doors that might weigh about 7 pounds each versus 40 pounds for the stock steel item. Less is more.
All Lexan, not glass, only the necessary gauges needed to go to the racetrack. Double height wing, and of course you can be Peter Gregg. Just put the helmet on and away you go. Now, interesting here in this flag design, here are the names of, I believe, all of the great drivers who drove for Brumos in their heyday, all the way from Avery Brundage all the way to Hurley Haywood and Peter Gregg, and that is a star-studded list indeed.
Yeah, in a way, all that is Porsche royalty here in the United States. Brumos having been so successful over the years, the drivers who drove for them were the best, and that just sold a tribute Brumos Porsche for $62,000. Let's check in with April Rose.
This is what you've been missing your entire life. 1973 Volkswagen Transporter custom pickup, including that surfboard. She's got a chrome-plated 1600cc engine, 4 cylinders, and that custom interior. Check that inside with the billet handles, retro stereo, billet cup holders. Of course, you got to have the hula girl, and back that unique bed. It's a folding bed, so it's easy to load cargo on her, and you can leave the sides down, and you can really, Rick, you can really have that surf party you've always wanted. It's kind of like a little dance floor / cargo loading area that you can have a lot of fun with.
Yeah, I love the design of that, and I think they're so cool when they're redone like that. Absolutely beautiful. Looking forward to that being up on the block. Right now on the block, we got a 2010 Dodge Challenger Custom.
Well, there's a little garage in Randleman, North Carolina. It's called Petty's Garage, and it's owned by Richard Petty and his family. They build some great customs there, and in this Ghost Bumblebee stripe, right there is the most famous signature in all of stock car racing, the signature of the King. This is a Petty's Garage Challenger.
This is a 2010. Remember, the Challenger came back in 08, and today in 2022, largely unchanged from a design standpoint. And you know, why mess with success? Sales are stronger than ever. And but again, this is a third model year example. Now, the VIN on this one has a T in the 8th spot. It was born a 5.7 Hemi. Nothing wrong with that. But Petty's Garage can't leave well enough alone. There's a supercharger on this one, which clicks it up to 625 horsepower.
Here's a little more provenance. Buddy Arrington was a NASCAR racer in the 70s who got a lot of cars and parts from Richard Petty. Joey Arrington, his son, has built the Dodge NASCAR motors for years and years, and he is an expert at building engines like this for cars like this, and evidently his fingerprints are all over this one too.
That's right. Arrington is one of the go-to sources for Gen 3 Hemi parts today, stroker kits, etc.
Well, that one, number 5 of 19 built with only about 120 miles on the odometer, was sold for $58,000. Mustang Tom, we got a 1970 Mach 1. This is a 428 Cobra Jet Custom.
We mentioned VIN codes for engines, and on the Mustang, you want to look at the 5th spot. Here we have the letter R. So this was born a 428 car. In fact, there were only 3,489 428 cars built in 1970, the final year for the mighty 428. This has the shaker hood, and the chrome plating on this speaks to the fact that that shaker is not plastic like it is at Pontiac Firebird or Barracuda or Challenger. It's actually die-cast metal, which can be polished and then chromed. Looks cool.
Second year for this styling cycle. Of course, Bud Moore out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, a NASCAR Hall of Famer, took a pair of these to the Trans Am title in 1970 with Parnelli Jones and George Follmer driving.
This one's got a 5-speed Richmond transmission with a 410 rear axle. Now, a 410 usually is a sprinting drag race type axle, but again, that 5-speed is an overdrive, so put it in fifth, that 410 becomes a 320, and you're cruising with low RPMs.
Spoilers and slats, front and rear spoilers. And those slats on the rear window, first seen on the Lamborghini Miura, basically they keep the sun from baking down into that interior. So they're functional, not just stylish.
And there were a lot of aftermarket kits you could buy for all kinds of cars for those slats. People always thought they were aerodynamic as well, but I think the primary purpose was simply keeping the sun out. I really like the ghost stripes that they've got on that hood. You can just barely see them up there, but they're very nicely done. $82,000. Now let's sell a car for a great cause.
Hi, I'm Father Tim McCabe. For over 30 years now, the Pope Francis Center has been serving the chronically homeless in downtown Detroit. Each morning, nearly 200 men and women come to us for the support they need to survive. Our guests receive hot, nutritious meals, a place to access showers and laundry services, as well as free medical and dental clinics. No one should be homeless or go hungry ever. To learn more, visit us at popefranciscenter.org. Thank you and God bless.
To tell you about this fabulous Bronco here, please give a hand to Henry Ford III, who is on the board of Ford Motor Company following his grandfather's footsteps here. Honored to have you here, Henry.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Steve. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for the long partnership that Ford's had with Barrett Jackson. Congratulations on 50-plus years here. We're so excited to be here today. This is a one-of-one Ford Bronco First Edition, and it's going to benefit the Pope Francis Center, which is really just an extraordinary place downtown. Father Tim's going to tell you about that in 1 second. Since 2014, Ford Motor Company has been supporting Pope Francis Center. Our CEO, Jim Farley, is a volunteer there. It's a phenomenal organization. They do a lot of great work. And so the proceeds from today are going to help fund the new Bridge Housing Campus, a one-of-a-kind facility. And this campus will really provide transitional housing and wraparound services to help break the cycle of homelessness. Also want to thank David Fisher Jr., President and CEO of the Suburban Collection, for donating the vehicle. And I will turn it over to Father Tim. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a great day to be in Scottsdale, isn't it? Just want to say a quick thank you to Henry Ford for being here today. Of course, Barrett Jackson, a big thank you to all of you for your support. The entire Ford team that's here today. Jim Farley, of course, who's done an amazing job. There's nothing more American than classic cars and taking care of those who are less fortunate than us, those who need our help. And that's what we do at the Pope Francis Center. Through food, laundry, showers, medical, dental, we take care of them. So you have the opportunity to bid on this car. You're not only getting a great classic car, but you're literally helping to save lives with us.
Steve, you want to tell them a little about the Bronco itself?
Absolutely, and also to remind everybody, 100% of the proceeds go directly to the charity, and we couldn't be prouder to have these folks on the stage with us, our partners at Ford. We've done so much together, but I'll tell you what, as a guy that bought an original Bronco back in 1971, I look at this thing and go, wow, it's a one-off 2021 first edition model created to honor the birth of the legendary SUV. I could go on here all day long. Just look at this thing. Absolutely phenomenal. It'd be the only one in the world with one like this. But more importantly, every time you get in this, and every time you drive this, and every time you show this, remember what it did to help all these great people and our partners at Ford. We couldn't be prouder. Let's sell this thing for a lot of money.
Let's go, Joseph.
Here we go. I had to get down 40 pounds. How many dollars? Don't have to get down to get this thing out. I had to get down 70, get 25,000.
From the moment that Ford announced the Bronco, everybody wanted one, and everybody put in their bids and lined up at their dealers to get one quickly to $125,000. And, oh, we're off and running, Steve.
You know what's interesting about this is the way we're already seeing the customizing and the ability, you know, the way it is with the Jeeps and the way with the old customs, with the old Broncos. This is just a palette. People are doing all kinds of stuff with these.
Unlike the original Bronco, which was strictly a two-door model, these are now available as two or four-door. You choose.
Once again, bringing people together, bringing car people together, putting a great car in the center of it all and raising money for a great cause. All of the money going to benefit the Pope Francis Center. Congratulations to that gentleman right there. A great donation, and he gets a great car with it.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit barrett-jackson.com to consign today.
Back here in Arizona, yeah, the cactus is out there. It's plenty of it. The Saguaros, famous for Arizona. That's out in the boondocks. When you get here, well, we got plenty of people and no thorns in the McGuire staging lanes. Nothing but great cars and great weather. It's an absolutely wonderful way to spend the week. If you've never been to the Scottsdale Barrett Jackson, it's something you absolutely have to put on your must-do bucket list. This is an event. If you like cars, it's great. I have friends who love to come out here just to people watch. It's such a great event to come to. 1972 Chevelle Custom up on the block right now.
Well, in 1972, Chevrolet did us all a favor, put a VIN code for the engine. We see this one has an H, so it's born a 352 barrel, but now has a 454 upgrade. The big block 454, lots more torque than a 350.
Now 70 and 70,000. Are y'all done? I got 6. Now 62.
The reason for that designation at the time was a demand from the insurance companies. They wanted to know which cars had the big engines and they thought were more prone to be involved in collisions. Were they right or wrong? I don't know, but it sure killed the muscle car business.
And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on. Price on there, $62,000. When you're out walking around, all you have to do is look at the sold sticker to see what everything's sold for after it's already crossed the block. Center stage right now, a 2020. This is a Camaro, a ZL1 Hertz Hendrick Motorsports Edition.
Well, pay close attention here because Callaway Cars for Hendrick Motorsports built these cars for Hertz. You could rent these at your local Hertz Airport location. Now, a lot of them were just SSs, some were Z28s, and some were ZL1 1LEs. 2 years ago at the Daytona 500, when Jeff Gordon and I had the crazy idea to put street cars out on the track to compare race speeds to pace car speed, I drove that little red Gremlin. Jeff went to the Hertz counter at the airport and he got one just like this. And he comes in after the first couple laps, he says, this thing will do 160 miles an hour. He says, how close to me do you want to get? I said, leave the door handles on, please. And he did, and we had a blast. These things are fun, they're fast, and Steve, I believe this is a future collectible right here.
Oh, it's a now collectible, you know. I mean, I got to say, there's probably nowhere to go but up with these things. Maybe a small depreciation, but yeah, I mean, the ZL1 is an astonishing thing. It's basically the Corvette's Z06 engine with 650 horsepower, now with 750 thanks to some upgrades from Hendrick. It's crazy. The good old days are right now.
Now, this one only has 6,600 miles on the odometer, pretty fresh. So it's got performance, it's got the name, it's got a lot of stuff going for it, and I think you're right. I think as you go down the road, when you always look at collectibles, you're looking for multiple factors, desirability, connections to famous people. This has it.
All of these carry the number 24 for William Byron, who drove the number 24 Chevys and still does for Rick Hendrick's team. And they had Hertz as a sponsor for a few races when these cars were new.
The L88 style hood with the engine cover that stays on the engine, lift the hood that stays down, but just beautiful reimagining of classic Chevy, Corvette, and Camaro themes. Gen 6 Camaro is light and fast.
And this one has 750 horsepower, $95,000, close to $100,000, but not quite. Still very nice for that 2020 Camaro Z01 Hertz Hendrick Motorsports Edition. Up on the block now, a 1967 Chevelle SS396.
This is pretty cool. This has a sort of a greatest hits thing going on. Now, there's a thing called the L89, which was the aluminum head 396, which was available in 1969, not in 1967. But hey, there's one here. And beyond that, the over-the-counter cowl induction. Now, cowl induction we often think of as being something from 1970, 71 too, but that's the original cowl induction right there, with the scoop going into the cowl where it draws air from the cowl vents on top. That's something that Smokey Yunick kind of came up with around 1959. It was a NASCAR cheat, but it became an over-the-counter kit from General Motors, and there's one right there. Very rare kit.
You also saw those kits used on the Trans Am Camaros because the pressure differential where the hood meets the windshield is conducive to getting more cold air into that carburetor than if you draw air in through the grill. So very effective.
And this is a real SS396. We know that because for 1966 onward, the 138 VIN prefix does the job, with the exception of 1969 onward. But again, these cars are absolutely verifiable. 138, big block car, we got it right here.
We got two bidders. They're working against one another. We got one in the skybox, one down on the floor. And you have to understand that skybox is a long way from the auctioneer. So that's why that bidding assistant is standing right there, so that when the person bidding does a simple nod with his head, the auctioneer could never see that. So the bidder assistant, he's there to make sure everybody knows what the bid is and when it's gone up.
These red convertibles pretty much came in two flavors, red with black interior and black top, or red with white interior and white top, such as this. White interior meant you got white seats and white door panels. Everything else, carpet, dash, and all, were black.
$85,000 for a 67 Chevelle SS 396. Don't forget, go to Barrett-Jackson.com, and that's where you can see the full list of cars that are yet to cross the block, as well as the cars that have already crossed the block. And I love it because you can also do historic research. You can go back and look at cars that came across the block last year, the year before, and check and see how prices have changed over time. Barrett-Jackson.com. All right, something pretty interesting on the block right now, a 2006 Shelby GT SR Concept Coupe.
Well, basically, this one has a supercharged 3-valve, and that's a Whipple supercharger on top of the 3-valve. Nothing that was done from the factory, but it bolts on. Here's the belt that runs the twin-screw Whipple supercharger.
So this would have been a Shelby package that was added to the car after it was purchased. The car was brought back to Shelby. They added the Whipple supercharger and the rest of the SR designation items.
This is part of the S197 Mustang platform, 2005 till 2014. And this is where the Coyote V8 did make its debut, but not until 2011. Before that time, we're talking 4.6 engines with 3 valves. And the 3 valves, actually, you're talking about 2 intakes and 1 exhaust, which improves intake breathing without too much complexity or the need for a second camshaft.
This car could be bringing twice then. We wouldn't be wrong. I had to get down 40 pounds and not down, but to get down everybody else out there. 45 and 45 and 45. Jeff, you're out of 555 and 45,000 not down, but to get
5-speed manual transmission.
I think the only thing holding the number back here is that succeeding examples of Shelbys and Mustang GTs got more powerful and more capable, eventually leaving these cars in the dust.
$40,000 is what it'll take to buy that 2006 Ford Shelby GT SR Concept. Well, and this is exactly the car that Mike Joy was talking about. The fact that this is what followed and had plenty of performance, a 2011 Ford Shelby GT 350.
Indeed, 2011 was a big year. The Coyote 5-liter replaced the 4.6, and we've got one here. The hood's not open, but there's a supercharger added to this engine, so it goes from 444 horsepower to the moon. But again, the Coyote V8 is a fantastic engine. 2011, it arrived, and it's still here with us now.
So we're at Las Vegas Motor Speedway doing a pre-race feature for NASCAR on Fox, and Carroll Shelby and I are in this car. And the Shelby folks said, whatever you do, don't let Carroll drive. His eyesight just isn't that great anymore. So he's in the passenger seat, I'm in the driver's seat. We pull down pit road, there's cameras all over the car. I'm asking him questions, we're doing commentary, and he goes, Mike, he goes, let her rip. We did a couple of laps of full speed and had a blast. Shell was laughing the whole way, and so was I. I should have bought that car that day. That would have been a fun one to have, because it sure is a fun story to tell.
549 miles on this, and this the center outlet exhaust kind of plays tribute to the 6970 GT350, GT500 treatment. Nice throwback.
Well, this one has less than 600 miles on the odometer, the number 25 model to be built at Shelby in Las Vegas. Very special.
White with Guardsman blue stripes on the original Shelby Mustangs was the reverse of the factory racing color scheme on the two-seat Cobras, which were Guardsman blue with white stripes.
$82,000 for the 2011 Shelby GT350. Well, in just a moment, very cool car going to be crossing the block, a 1969 Mercury Cyclone. But this one's a spoiler too, connected to Dan Gurney. It's a Dan Gurney special. It's going to be up on the block, and we'll see it sell here at Barrett-Jackson. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson. You want to play the ball here on Thursday afternoon, you better be prepared to spend about $100,000 because that's what cars are regularly selling for. This one is going to hammer sold at $95,000, that 1969 Ford Mustang. Away it goes. Going on behind it, going to go back to 1966. How about a big block Corvette, 427 cubic inches, 390 horsepower.
Oh, that 390 horsepower is a reference to the L36 engine under the hood. $181 well spent on the part of somebody, and that was the price of the 396 over the base 327. But something that GM did was they economized a little bit on this base 390 horse engine. They used a cast iron intake, nothing exotic, no aluminum.
Yeah, you can tell it's the low horsepower engine by the just simply orange painted valve covers. They didn't get the cast aluminum ones that the higher horsepower versions did. That said, this thing had plenty of torque to motivate the roughly 3,200-pound Stingray Roadster down the road. Black, red interior, a very iconic 60s GM color combo.
Yeah, no side pipes here. Of course, we don't have side pipes. What you get then is out the valance exhaust tips below the bumper in the rear. When you have side pipes, those are solid, filled in, and the pipes come out the side. But no effort here to fake the eye. That's the original setup. Nice to see it.
Note the position of the radio in the center of the dash, in the center stack. It is mounted vertically. Kind of an accident of interest because horizontally, there's nowhere that radio will fit in the Corvette dash.
$80,000, that's what it took to buy that 1967 big block 427 Corvette. Away it goes. Those folks will get to sign the paperwork.
Already at 80 on the internet. Your man would have to be 82,000. All right, keep the ticket the same. 80,000 on the web.
Lot number 767.
All right, rolling up behind it.
Specialist update on the 1967.
We're going to get a 1967 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck.
Yeah, short bed, half-ton, fleet side, heavily modified, sits down low with air suspension, coilovers, of course, front and rear, 383 small block stroker.
We never ever thought of doing this back in the day. There were no lowering kits for these pickups. There were certainly horsepower upgrades. And about all you ever saw of a modified pickup in the late 60s was one with maybe American Racing mags, torque thrust mags on it or something like that. But there was not the hot rod industry there was today to cater to owners of pickup trucks like this.
You look in the back, we can see the floor of the bed has been humped. What that means is the frame has been Z'd. So at full squat with the air suspension, the axle has a place to go.
No bumper, just a rolled pan. The tailgate is functional, but still, you're not going to put a whole lot into this bed to haul.
See the large window cab here. There were two different size glasses. This is the larger of the two.
Well, 2 hours of our live coverage is in the books on FYI, but we're just scratching the surface of what's to come here in Scottsdale. We still have 4 more action-packed hours to go today. Well, hello and welcome to Barrett-Jackson's Golden Anniversary Celebration. I'm Rick DeBrule. We've got 4 hours of automotive bliss coming your way here on FYI. Quality of the vehicles is soaring like our drone that's flying over the center right now, and the prices are going through the roof. So we don't want to waste any time. Get right next to the car on the block with Mike Joy and Steve Magnante.
Thanks, Rick. It's lot 767.1. This is a 57 Chevrolet Nomad, which was Chevy's top-of-the-line two-door station wagon in 1955, 6, and 7. This one's been given a heart transplant and a whole lot of modification.
There's the LS1, and on the front fenders, those cross flags and fuel injection logos were once the sign of something incredibly exotic, the Rochester Mechanical Fuel Injection, which was in its first year for 57 and was an option on a Nomad. Well, we've come so far. Now all V8s have fuel injection, but it's nice. A little throwback to the then now.
The Nomad was a GM Motorama show car. And note these appliques on the tailgate. That was a feature. Another feature was the wraparound windows on the show car and door windows without frames. This is not a sedan body style, but a two-door hardtop station wagon. They didn't sell a lot of these, but they are highly prized today.
Yeah, you gotta love the specific tailgate with the raised ribs and chrome, not something seen on any 150 or 210 wagon. And again, the roof has ribs that are sort of pressed in. Once again, Nomad specific styling. Wraparound windows at the rear, also Nomad stuff. And again, like you said, Mike, this is a Motorama show car come to life. About 7,000 of these were made.
$80,000 for that 57 Nomad custom wagon. Congratulations to those folks. We're going to stay in the Chevrolet family and move forward about a decade or so to 1968, a Camaro Custom.
Second year for the Camaro. The chief spotting cues are the rectangular turn signal lights inboard of the headlights. 67, they were round. And 68 is the first year with no vent windows in the doors. Camaros had Astro ventilation instead of the wind wings.
Yeah, this has got an LS2, but let's have a peek underneath with the chassis cam. There's the underside of that 6-liter LS2, backed up by a 5-speed, 6-speed manual. There you go. Frame connectors left and right, X-pipe, stainless steel. Looks like a Ford 9-inch rear axle. No, 12-bolt, there you go. Like the body color on the gas tank. Now, this car was born a 124 V8 tub, and that's okay. Now, the LS2, as we know, is the evolution of the LS1. One of the key differences is the intake ports. The LS1 is a tall, skinny, cathedral-style intake port, whereas the LS2 is a more rectangular one. Parts do not interchange, at least not intake parts.
The hood on this is aftermarket, and the spoilers, though, are part of the D80 spoiler package. They were a factory option.
This was a solid deal here. $110,000 the price for that 1968 Camaro Custom. Now let's head over to the Road and Track Midway and Tyler Hoover.
Lot 776 is a 2006 Ariel Atom, and these were pretty crazy to begin with. It's powered by a 2-liter Ecotec, like from a Chevy Cobalt SS, and it had 250-ish horsepower, 0 to 60 in 2.9 seconds. Now, this is not a normal Ariel Atom. This thing has forged internals, a giant Garrett turbo, and an intercooler to put out 700 horsepower in a 1,300-pound car. It makes the 0 to 60, the seller says, in something under 2 seconds. He says it accelerates so hard that passengers will sometimes black out in this thing. So you got to be really careful. It's probably the craziest, fastest street-legal car here for sale at Barrett-Jackson. And as Jeremy Clarkson demonstrated when he reviewed one of these when it was new, you should wear a helmet, otherwise it's an instant facelift.
I'll tell you what, I've driven a car that's similar to that, and when you accelerate at that speed, it literally can make your head spin if you're not the kind of guy that's used to that in a race car. It'll really wake you up. $75,000 for a 68 Ford Mustang Custom. That's the current bid.
Well, this was born a J-code, 1 year only 302 4-barrel, but now has something far more interesting. A 302 with aluminum heads and an 8-stack electronic fuel injection system. Maybe I can open the hood and we can take a peek at it. No, it's screwed down, but trust me, it's pretty cool. 8-stack injection is really just the crowning touch on any engine.
I love all the work that's been done to this. You know, yeah, it's got that Shelby GT500 look, those big scoops on the front, but it's also got this great touchscreen display inside, all kinds of nice work. $80,000. Congratulations to that gentleman right there. Well, before we went to our commercial break, we talked about a car that was going to be on the block, and it's finally arrived. It's a 1969 Mercury Cyclone Spoiler 2, but this one is a Dan Gurney special.
Well, we honored both of my heroes today, James Garner with a charity car and my all-time racing hero, Dan Gurney. Mercury did something pretty cool in 1969 for their Cyclone Spoiler 2 to compete in the Aero Wars of NASCAR with the flush grille and the flush rear window. They built 2 special editions. Dealers in the Southeast got the white with red metallic roof Wood Brothers style car, the Cale Yarborough edition. Dealers in the West got this white over blue beauty, like the car that Dan won the Motor Trend 500 at Riverside in 1969. It's the Dan Gurney edition.
Yeah, up on the front of this, a very subtle modification are mild extensions on the front fenders. It's actually hand done. These are not fiberglass, that's steel. A lot of effort went into these. Sort of a similar thing to the Superbird and Dodge Daytona, but the spoiler on the tail was part of the package. Of course, that's all about aerodynamics on a NASCAR track. These also have rolled rocker panels, very subtle, but these are things that were done on the production cars, so they were legalized homologation for the NASCAR racers. But the nose of this thing, if we take a look at the fender, we'll see that it's not the same. It's a little bit longer, a little bit weird. If you take the paint off, you can see some welding. But here's the flush grille Mike talked about right there.
All to battle the Dodge Daytonas on America's super speedways.
It's very subtle, but the rocker panels are actually rolled under. If you look, you'll see that they're about another 12, 15 degrees tucked in on these things. All done by hand. Kind of crude if you look at it really close on an original car.
Dan Gurney is the only race driver I can think of that has had 3 different automobiles named for him. The Mercury Cougar XR7G, the G for Gurney, the Mercury Cyclone Spoiler 2 Dan Gurney Special that's for sale here, and then in 1970, the Dan Gurney AAR All-American Racers CUDA for the Trans Am Series.
And you think about it, I mean, here's a guy who won at Le Mans, he won in sports cars, he won in IndyCar, he won in Formula One, and he won in NASCAR. If ever there was a guy who deserved multiple tributes, he's the man.
One interesting detail is this does not have a 428. The base engine in these was a 351 Windsor, but it got the job done. It's all about homologating the aero body modifications.
$90,000. Congratulations to those folks for that Dan Gurney special. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm just hanging out in a really, really safe place behind this bulletproof glass. Oh, yeah, this is a 1999 International Series 4700 armored truck. Okay, it was commissioned by Sir Richard Branson to showcase the online gaming that he had in 2010, which was pretty much ahead of his time. Now inside you got 5 TV screens, beautiful red leather, diamond stitched interior. It's got a 1200 watt generator, so you can really power it up anywhere you go. I mean, DeBrule, we can fit our entire crew in here. What do you think?
Not only could we, I think we should. I just think we need one of us to buy it, and I'm nominating Tyler Hoover to pay for it, and we'll all ride around in it. So it's been done. Up on the block right now is a car that Tyler previewed, bringing solid money. In fact, it's now the #1 resale sale of the retail sale. 1939 Lincoln Zephyr Custom.
Well, this is long and low. This is hundreds, thousands of hours. Remember, of course, the Lincoln Zephyr arrived in 1936. It was Lincoln's first unitized construction car with aerodynamic styling. We can't forget the Chrysler Airflow, which arrived in 1934. But again, these were V12 powered. This one, of course, now has a V8 Ford. But just look at the sectioning and the chopping that's been done on this. Really amazing.
The first Barrett Jackson I worked in 2004. A Lincoln Zephyr, much like this, called Scrape, rocked the block for a then record $400,000.
Now this one brought very serious money, $170,000, the #1 retail sale of the day so far here at Barrett Jackson, and right now the #1 sale so far of the entire auction. Outside of that charity car that sold earlier, here's our top 5. You want to break into the top 5? It's going to take at least $110,000. But of course, as the week goes on, we know we're going to look at these numbers and go, yeah, that was so Thursday. By the time we get to Super Saturday and the McLaren and all the Porsche 918, the Gullwing. We're going to see these numbers and think, man, that is just entry fees for what we're doing here at Barrett-Jackson. Well, not only are there lots of pickup trucks and SUVs on the auction block here at Barrett-Jackson, there are also plenty when you first walk in and go through the manufacturer showcase. Only these, well, it's the latest thing that you can buy out there. It's a great chance to sample what you could see in a showroom, and you get to do it here at Barrett-Jackson. And once you leave there, you come to the block, and that's where everything is sold. Great facility. Sun's starting to go down. Look at that tent. It's almost a mile long. I remember when they first put that up, it set a Guinness record for the longest extended tent. Up on the block right now, a 1950 Mercury Custom Coupe.
Well, Rebel Without a Cause is the movie that made the Mercury, the 5051, so famous, James Dean. That was a stone stock Mercury. A lot of folks kind of forget the fact that it wasn't a hot rod or a custom. It was George Barris who was one of the first to chop the roof of one. This is not chopped, but there is a 392 Hemi under the hood of this one, and hopefully we can take a peek. Now, of course, he's generally had a flat head of some type or another, but the 392 Chrysler swap in this one's pretty cool. Well, we're not going to open it, but that's okay. Cadillac sombrero hubcaps, just a nice sort of a 50s custom.
Check the dual spotlights at the base of the A-pillar, as you might have seen fitted to a police car or taxi cabs to identify, street numbers and so forth. Kind of a neat hot rodder's touch. And I love the stripes, kind of the tribal pattern here. Not quite a ghost pattern, but a very pretty magenta, aqua, and medium blue.
Yeah, little known fact, for the first 20 years, Mercury was strictly V8, no 6 cylinders of any kind until 1960 when the Comet joined the party.
Beautiful camel-colored interior. Pretty stock inside.
Your model builder, AMT, does a fantastic 49 Merc, 125th scale.
$58,000 for a 1950 Mercury Custom Coupe.
Custom built, powered by a new custom race-built turbocharged 2.0 liter.
Let's head over to the McGuire staging lane, check in with Tyler Hoover.
Lot 779.2 is a 2021 Jeep Wrangler 392 Hemi. Yes, it has a Hemi under the hood, which Jeep said couldn't be done for many years, mostly due to safety issues with the crumple zones. And that led to a thriving aftermarket where people were V8 swapping these, but that's not the case anymore. But you don't just get the Hemi, you get a lot of technology in these modern Jeeps that you never got in the old ones, like trail cams, locking differentials, all the luxury comforts, a removable hardtop that's actually very easy to remove. But there's also one simple thing that I really like if you come back under the hood here. Now, they call this the Hydro Guide, the Jeep Hydro Guide, and there's nothing fancy to it other than it stops water when you drive into water from entering the intake, which is right here. Now, how do they do that? Well, water goes down the path of least resistance, and that's why they have these flaps right here and right here, and that stops the water from coming into the intake to where you can drive into some really deep water. Now, you're probably going to wonder, why is this Jeep bringing so much money when it crosses the block? It's completely stock, and, well, it's a little bit used, but this is probably an instant classic because they're only going to make these, I imagine, for a few years, and, well, most of the Hemis, the big engine cars, are going away.
All right, thanks a lot, Tyler. By the way, just a moment ago, the Ariel Atom that Tyler had previewed for us just a little earlier crossed the block and sold for about $90,000. Up there right now, we got a 1957 Buick Special convertible.
Well, this one's a shorter wheelbase Special with only 3 of the Ventaports on the front fenders. A longer wheelbase Limited would have 4, but again, they both have the same 364 cubic inch nailhead V8 under the hood.
And this is the two-tone scheme separated by the sweep spear that dips down just in front of the rear wheel and then back up with that stainless steel trim. This is a factory color scheme, red and white inside and out, and of course the wide whites, white wall tires surrounding those wire wheels make it look good. 1957 is written out on both the trunk emblem and the emblem in the center of the grille, just in case anybody had questioned whether you had bought a brand new Buick or not.
You could get a manual transmission if you really wanted it, but the vast majority of these had Buick's Super Turbine automatic transmission with a switch pitch torque converter.
And you want to compare this styling to the 1957 Chevrolet. I mean, look how those 57 Chevrolet fins go back, and this has similar fins back in the back for 1957 as well. Away it goes for $80,000. All right, Camaro time. We got a 1969 Camaro custom convertible up on the block.
I like what they're doing here. They are cycling the convertible top. It appears to be brand new, showing to all the bidders that it operates properly. This car is an RS SS, meaning it has the RS Hideaway headlights, but it has the SS Performance badging, and wow, that's a nice big block.
427 cubic inches, iron heads, iron intake manifold topped off with a Holley Sniper EFI system. Of course, Sniper is one of the new generation of something that looks like a carburetor, but gives you all the benefits of EFI. Fits under the stock air cleaner, hides in plain sight.
The great thing about an electronic fuel injection conversion is a carburetor doesn't know the temperature outside. It doesn't know the barometric pressure, and it doesn't know the load and the demand on the engine. A carburetor only works perfectly when all of those ambient conditions are just the way it was when it was tuned. A programmable electronic fuel injection takes all of those parameters into account to deliver the proper air-fuel mixture at any given time. So performance will increase and emissions will decrease with a proper EFI conversion like this. And I say even on a fully restored car, no harm, no foul. That's a very appropriate and I think smart thing to do.
Another upgrade on this that's a no-brainer is the four-wheel disc brakes. 12-volt rear axle in place here. Retro, but certainly strong enough for the job. A lot of folks put a Ford 9-inch under one of these, but the 12 volts okay if it's fortified.
So close to 100, they're at 99, working it. Can they get one more bid? No, but they dial it back to 98. Now we're up to $100,000. And that's what it sells for, that 1969 Camaro Custom, and even $100,000. Once again, if you want to play the game here at Barrett-Jackson on Thursday afternoon, better have $100 grand in your bank account. Coming up just in a few moments, a 1968 Camaro SS. This one is beautifully done, restored, 327 cubic inch engine, 210 horsepower.
Barrett-Jackson, feliz 50 aniversario. I love watching. Here is to another amazing 50 years.
Yeah, just an example. He was saying he watched it down in Mexico. We know we have people watching us in Europe. The Canadians, I know today, we were able to finally get a broadcast up there. They could watch us at Barrett-Jackson TV. It's amazing. We're finally around the world. People can watch us everywhere. Up on the block right now, a $60,000 current bid for a 1967 Mustang GTA convertible.
Well, this was Mustang's growth, if you will, into the muscle car boom. The engine bay was made wider, and the 390 big block was added for the first time. Of course, the 428 would arrive in 1968, as would the 427, but this is the GTA. It's also an unusual thing for the automatic transmission, GTA, to be baked into the model name. The GT would be a stick shift, but GTA was strictly C6 automatic, but big block Mustang right here for the first time.
That was a one-year only model designation, the GTA, but it sold well. I believe these automatics outsold the 4-speeds, and there weren't very many of either in convertible form.
Love these styled steel wheels, which were in their third year, but something new for 1967 was the stamped stainless trim ring. These were smaller in 1966.
A nice look, and away it goes for $65,000. Well, a little while ago, April Rose previewed a Volkswagen Transporter Custom pickup, and it's up on the block right now. This is a 1973, and once again, this has a B in the VIN number, meaning it came out of Brazil.
Oh, this is done to way beyond new. And my buddy Cliffy is pulling down the bed sides because this has not just a tailgate, but these pickup beds can be folded down fully so that it becomes a tray bed or a flatbed truck as well as a pickup bed. Pretty cool.
The ultimate utility right here.
These came in both single cab versions such as this and the Doka or double cab, what we now call a crew cab pickup. Volkswagen they were kind of ahead of everybody on several fronts.
You're a drag race fan in New England in the 60s. You might remember the Bardol Bug, which was a Hemi-powered Volkswagen pickup truck wheel stander out of Worcester, Massachusetts. Linwood Hardy, but Bardol, Hemi in the back, go match racing. This is not quite that. The stock flat 4 with some modifications. The polish work and the chrome, certainly not stock, but the little single carburetor, oh yeah, that's stock.
Well, what do they say around the drag strip? If it don't go, chrome it.
To your point with your conversation with Daniel Suarez, the fact that these have a little thinner metal and they tend to be a little more rust prone, there's a lot of debate within the Volkswagen world whether these diminish the value of the ones that are out there. I don't know that it does. I think what it does is it simply spreads the hobby. The great thing about this is the consigners are very upfront about what this is.
And the continuation Cobras did nothing to diminish the value of the ones Carroll Shelby built, so to your point.
1973 Volkswagen Transporter Custom just sold for $65,000. Let's check in with April Rose.
Oh yeah, check this out. This is a motel room with a V8, baby. 1966 Lincoln Continental. Now this is the last production car where they used lead in the seams. You don't know it, but there's one right here. Now take a look at that engine. You got the 462 select shift, 3-speed automatic, and go ahead, go inside, because you got those lazy boy type couches where you can just watch football all day in. Man, these are comfortable. I could live in there. And the clock and the fuel gauge, I gotta tell you, Rick, they pretty much move together because this big block is thirsty. I mean, she weighs 5,400 pounds. And of course, the most famous part are those suicide doors. When you're driving her, you gotta give yourself some extra time because everyone's gonna wanna take a picture with it.
Yeah, that's a pretty spectacular car. It's so iconic in its day, especially when you consider what the Cadillacs were looking at in terms of styling right before then. All right, big money on the block right now. $125,000, the current bid for this 2021 Jeep Wrangler Rubicon 392.
Well, you know, when the Wrangler came along in 1986 to replace the CJ, downsizing was the rule. Nobody dreamt that the 392 Hemi would be installed from the factory in one of these things. This is not a conversion. This is factory stock.
$137,000 for that 2021 Jeep Wrangler. That makes it the #3 sale of the day so far here at Barrett-Jackson.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction here in Scottsdale, Arizona. The 50th anniversary edition, and up on the block right now, really nice, 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge.
Well, the first of the breed, and this is a Ram Air 3. In fact, all Judges came with Ram Air. Ram Air 4 is the pick of the litter, but this Ram Air 3 is still very capable. This does not have the hideaway headlights, but it does have the Turbo 400 automatic transmission, and it's well represented. Now, the exhaust system on this is correct. Gardner is a company that makes aftermarket reproduction exhaust. The resonators we see here are correct for an automatic Ram Air 3. Very rarely attended to, but those resonators are so totally correct. Good to see the attention to detail.
Yeah, this option cost a whopping $332 back in 1969, so it was not inexpensive to bump up to the Judge. You see up front that body styling. This came out in 1966, 68 I should say, and this was the second year of it before it would change again in 1970. We're closing in on $100,000.
In the Ram Air, this is absolutely functional. There's a pull cable inside that opens and closes valves inside. So for wet weather, you close them up. When it's nice and cool out, open them up and make power.
$97,000, the hammer price. The guy gets a hug. Congratulations to him. And don't forget, if you want to see the prices for all of the cars that have crossed the block already, all you have to do is go to Barrett-Jackson.com to see the full list of cars that are yet to cross the block and those that have already crossed the block. And right now, we have a 1968 Camaro SS.
Well, this one is a 327 car. They weren't all big blocks. This does have something that's not factory. That's the cowl induction hood. But that's okay. This is steel. It's a reproduction. Goes to show that Camaros are so popular that steel things that never existed in a day are totally available now. This is kind of unusual. It has a column-shifted Power Glide automatic. Again, the center console and floor shift were options. You paid extra. But the funny thing, in a Mustang, you'll never see a column shifter for the manual or automatic transmission, something that set Camaro apart from Mustang.
Yeah, second year for the Camaro. It came on strong in '67, and it was in the middle of its first gen. Only 3 years, '67, '68, and '69. And while it's got a 327 cubic inch engine, it's only 210 horsepower, so not a huge horsepower engine.
Yeah, that's right, a little two-barrel carburetor. You know, you got to keep in mind that an engine's an air pump. The larger the carburetor, the more air it can flow. And the two-barrel carburetor was largely an economy carburetor. The four-barrel, twice as much Venturi area, would use more fuel and air, but also allow more power. But the two-barrel is fine. Plenty of power to make this get out of its own way.
Now this has the white houndstooth interior inside. $57,000 for that 68 Camaro SS. Congratulations to those folks right there. High fives all the way around. All right, from a Camaro to a Corvette. All right, back in those days, would you rather have a Camaro? Would you rather have a Corvette? Well, Mike Joy's got a pretty good story as to why you would choose one over the other.
In the early 1970s, enthusiast sports car buyers had a tough choice to make: Corvette or second-generation Camaro. Well, the Corvette was and is the all-American sports car. A 350 cubic inch LT1 V8, a Muncie 4-speed, four-wheel independent suspension, four-wheel disc brakes. The roof panels came off. What more could you ask for in a sports car? Well, the Camaro had its advantages. It had the same LT1 small block V8, the same Muncie 4-speed transmission. It had a usable back seat, more or less, and it had an opening trunk. But the decision was made easy for me by the insurance man. Not only was the Corvette more expensive to buy, the insurance premiums on it were astronomical compared to what I described as a small engine standard transmission Camaro, my Z28. And 50 years on, well, I still think I got the better car.
And that Corvette that Mike was standing next to is now out there in the staging lanes. It'll be up on the block very soon. Check out that NCRS sticker. So that's got judging to show it is what it is. So the question is, would you rather today have the Corvette or the Camaro? Because I think the insurance isn't going to be a big issue today. 1969 Camaro SS Custom up on the block right now.
Yeah, a lot of personal touches. For instance, the rally wheels have been painted to match the body. The center caps have been highlighted in burgundy, again, to match the body. Stuff that's, you know, done to personal taste. Although otherwise it looks like a fairly straight restoration. It's a Super Sport 350, although no numbers to claim that. But, you know, it looks about right.
Yeah, it's an upgraded suspension. It's got a four-link suspension kit, a few other things, but in terms of not a wild custom in terms of some of the stuff we see. $78,000 for that 1969 Camaro Custom. Right. Up on the block right now, we got another 1969 Camaro. This one's a Z28.
Yeah, a Restomod. Once again, no claims. It's an actual Z28, of which over 20,000 were made. 350 power under the hood, which is, you know, 48 cubic inches greater than the 302 it would have had. A little more low-end torque, and frankly, this is probably more power. But again, this engine was built without the constraints of Chevrolet, the manufacturer. This probably has a cam in it, all kinds of stuff that, you know, Chevy couldn't get away with back in the day. But with that said, it's backed up by an automatic transmission, has lots of upgrades, four-wheel disc brakes, tubular control arms, and just better stuff than it could have had. But again, it has the benefit of being an aftermarket modified car.
Yeah, one of the interesting things they've done is a staggered wheel set. So they got 18 inches in the front, 20 inches in the back, and as a result, it gives it a nice rake, kind of a mean look to it when it's sitting up on the block, kind of leans forward. Looks like it's leaning into the speed that it's about to give you. So I like the way they've done that. By the way, this is one of the cars that is part of the Mile High collection. There are 69 cars in that collection, and it's a wide variety. I mean, it is from one extreme to the other. When they put this together, it was just like, what do we want to do and how much fun do we want to have? And this is an example of what they were able to put together.
No leaf springs anymore up back. This is a Ride Tech coil-over suspension conversion. We see those nice aluminum coilovers, which now support the weight of the car, but they also allow the big wide tires. Again, the leaf springs are mounted so far outboard, it's kind of hard to get a wide tire, but get rid of them and, well, you can get a lot more tire and it looks great.
We're at $100,000, and that's where the hammer will fall for this 1969 Camaro Z28 Custom Coupe. Beautifully done, 350 cubic inch small block, all that suspension work. They'll write the price on the sold sticker, and away it will go. And it is definitely Camaro time here at Barrett-Jackson. Now, we just saw the 1969. This is what the car looked like just 1 year later. This is a 70 Camaro SS.
That's right, a second generation, and largely there were major changes, not just the body, but even the steering went to rear steer from the front. I mean, really radically different. Now, this is something that I wish Chevrolet did, but they never did from the line. This is a 454 Camaro. Now, Motion Performance would sell you a 454 Camaro, but that was something they made on their own. But this kind of presents like a what if Chevrolet went crazy and offered the big 454 in the Camaro. It came close to happening, but again, prototypes and mules were done, but nothing for production. But this is a really cool, it's a Z28 on steroids. I like the use of metal factory emblems on the right rear, the SS on the 454, and the use of color, the SS in the letters, which is traditional, and the 454 in red to give them a sinister vibe. Just beautiful work.
You know, when the Camaro came out, it was based on the upcoming Nova chassis. So it was really looking futuristically. They only used it for 3 years, and then they switched over to an even more sophisticated chassis underneath. I mean, yes, it was based on the same thing, but the Camaro was looking forward the whole time. One thing I have to say, this was an even better performing car than the 69.
There's that Rally Sport style split bumper up front, iconic as heck.
Well, once again, what kind of Camaro excites you? We just looked at the first generation. We just looked at the second generation. Now we have a 1990 Camaro IROC Z convertible.
This is the big deal. You know, IROC, of course, is the International Race of Champions. This is not a 5.7. This one's a 5-liter. But again, two-port injection, which was, I think, 1986 through 92 or 91, whatever. But here we have it, the two-port with the throttle body up front. And here are the intake runners, these guys right here. And these things tune at a certain RPM to provide a slight supercharging effect. But it's also a very attractive intake. I love those. It has drum brakes on the back. There was a four-wheel disc brake option available, not seen here. And one little detail, too, if you're a street racer back in the 80s, you'd always look at the rear bumper. If you saw a 5.7 in front of Tune Point, you knew it was a 350 car. But without the 5.7, okay, it's a 305. Your 5-liter Mustang could probably spank it. When you saw the 5.7, you want to think twice, unless you got a bottle in your Mustang.
Yeah, the International Race of Champions started years earlier with Porsches and then had gravitated by this point to the Camaros. And of course, you know, with the Z28 initially was the big dog, and then IROC Z just became such an iconic name for anybody who wanted to buy a Camaro.
The hood louvers look like they might do something, but all they really do is look really cool. But they don't open up, they don't vent air, they don't do anything like that. But again, they look fantastic, and that's 90% of the battle.
Well, the way it goes, $37,000, one of only 1,300 produced for this IROC Z. All right, rolling up behind it, we've got a 1969 Ford Mustang Custom Fastback that's rolling up onto the block.
Has the look of a Bosch 429 with that huge scoop, but there's a 351 underneath it. Nice piece.
Well, the vehicles just keep getting better and better here in Scottsdale. And the good news, it's only Thursday. We still have 22 hours of Barrett-Jackson action yet to come this week. Hello and welcome to the world's greatest collector car auction, the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, the 50th anniversary, the golden anniversary. What a collection of cars that have been assembled to celebrate this 50th year. There are more than 1,800 cars, all of them selling at no reserve. More than 6,000 bidders on hand to bid for those cars. And I'll tell you what, we've been seeing some pretty spectacular numbers all day long. Yesterday, we only saw 3 cars that cracked $100,000. Today, it's been happening all afternoon. $100,000 car after car. The quality of the car goes up through the course of the week, and today, Thursday, absolutely a beautiful day for cars. And up on the block right now, we've got a 1969 Ford Mustang.
Well, the 5th digit in the VIN is an F, so it was a 302 two-barrel car way back when, but that's then. Now it is a 351 Cleveland, which is something that arrived in 1970. The Cleveland is different from the Windsor 351 in that it has canted valves, which breathe better. In fact, it's kind of like a Bosch 302 cylinder head on top of a 351. And very potent. Now, this is backed up by a 5-speed manual transmission, got a Ford 9-inch rear axle with 410 gears.
Yeah, they kept the interior stock, put that Bosch 429 hood scoop on, and it just sold for $67,000. Well, Steve, you like to talk about how the good old days are right now, and I think the next car is a perfect example of that. A 2015 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the dynasty of the supercharged 6.2-liter Hemi. And I remember I was at Carlisle, Chrysler's at Carlisle, when this thing was announced. And initially, Dodge was teasing the world with, over 600 horsepower. Well, Ralph Gilles, head of SRT, came out and said 707 horsepower. And within 20 minutes, there was like 500,000 tweets. The very next day, USA Today had a headline on the 700 horsepower Challenger. And of course, they've grown from strength to strength. Now there's 808 horsepower Challengers, and the sky's the limit. The good old days are right now.
So the question, Steve, is where does the Challenger go from here? I mean, it's easy to add horsepower, but in terms of this styling, you've got to remember, this is a beautifully done retro design, but what is the next generation Challenger?
It's been confirmed. This goes away in 2 years, which I won't say it's about time. This has been a long run, and I'm sure that Dodge is working on a similar version. These are still selling. They're very popular. I would say performance-wise, the next thing might be all-wheel drive with the Hemi. Don't know, but that's the next logical step.
I know they're talking at Ford about the next generation Mustang after the GT500, and it's going to be hybrids. That's how they get more power, because, I mean, how can you top this?
$75,000 for that Challenger SRT Hellcat. All right, you don't like that one? I got another one for you. 2015 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat rolling right up behind it.
Well, the beauty of the Hellcat is you can get these with an 8-speed torque flight or a 6-speed manual. Yeah, 6-speed if you really wanted it. This is the 8-speed torque flight.
Now this one only has 6,000 miles. It's a dark blue color with a sort of two-tone black and red interior, but only 6,000 miles. I know that there was a break-in period where you didn't get full horsepower out of these things. You actually had to drive them, I think, 600 or 800 miles in order to get the full horsepower. They programmed it from the factory. This one's there, but still very low miles.
Yeah, the Hellcat's a fantastic package, and I got to say, I go to the Chrysler's at Carlisle show on a pretty regular basis, sometimes as a spokesperson for the Dodge Performance Display, but we're seeing more and more people are leaving their Roadrunners, their Charger Daytonas, their Superbirds at home and driving their new Hemi-powered muscle cars to the Carlisle show because they're just as cool. I get it.
Not only cool, but they have horsepower that just blows away what could be had when this Challenger was new. $63,000 for that 2015 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat.
Challenger SRT Hellcat directly out of the Mile High.
Gentleman right there signing the paperwork. Okay. It's just a question of what color do you want. Now we've got one in green, lime green up on the block.
Another Torque Flight car, and the one great thing about the Hellcat is the air catcher headlight. We look on the driver's side right here. The headlight still functions as a directional, but that hole right there is a ram air setup that goes right inside. Now, when the Demon came out, they doubled up on the air catcher, and it's just a cool little touch.
So Chrysler has recently offered a new position in their company, sort of as a publicity stunt, a chief donut maker, and that's not making donuts or eating donuts. It's doing donuts in these cars. I think it's a $150,000 a year paid position to basically have fun with the cars. I mean, sounds pretty cool.
I will say that I'm a Dodge spokesperson, and the Direct Connection program has been reinvigorated. So if you get a chance, go to Dodge.com, check out the Direct Connection, all kinds of parts for your Hemi car.
$70,000 for yet another 2015 Dodge Challenge, Dodge SRT Hellcat. We're going to take a quick break, but coming up in just a few moments, we're going to see a really nice 1933 Ford Custom Roadster, 346 cubic inch engine under the hood, all kinds of great flames. More than 1,800 amazing vehicles are made their way to Scottsdale safe and sound this week, and that would not be possible without the unparalleled level of care and professionalism from Reliable Carriers. Reliable Carriers, vehicles taken seriously. Night is beginning to fall here at Barrett-Jackson. Sun's going down, but the party does not end. You got plenty of food to buy. You got plenty of cars to watch. Why would you want to be any place else in January? My apologies to anybody who's having rough weather right now, because it's absolutely beautiful here in Scottsdale, Arizona. Rolling up on the block right now is a 1971 Chevelle SS Custom.
Well, this is powered by an LS6, but let's not make the mistake of assuming it's a factory piece. The LS6 was not available in 1971, so it's kind of a what if. It was born a V8 car. It's got a 136 instead of the 133, which would have made it a six-banger. It's got iron heads, an Edelbrock dual-plane intake, a small Edelbrock four-barrel, Edmund headers, power front disc brakes, power steering, so a nice cruiser with plenty of power. And it's a convertible, which is always a plus. The thing about convertibles is they ride on a special frame. The side rails are actually boxed as opposed to the C-channel section seen on hardtops. Although hardtops could be had with the convertible frame for like under 20 bucks. Seldom seen, but again, this will ride on a stiffer frame. Keep in mind, without the roof, there's a whole lot more flex capability, so the boxed frame restores that strength. I do see a 10-bolt rear axle, which, you know, maybe a little bit of a shortcut. I will say those tires will definitely start to spin before that 8.2-inch ring gear is stressed hard enough to brake. So that's good. But put some slicks on this, well, you might be pushing it home.
Yeah, to the point you made earlier, you know, this has an LS6 engine, but not what it was born with. That's a great thing about the way they go through and check things here at Barrett-Jackson, to make sure that what the car card says is legitimate about the car. If it is a recreation, if it is a custom, they want the people who are purchasing it, bidding on it, to know exactly what they've got on the block. So we've got these experts that go through and check it out. $75,000, the bid for that 1971 Chevelle SS Custom. And that Corvette that we showed you a little bit earlier across the block while we were in our commercial break, and it sold for $70,000, which seems to be the official price right now. We had the last three cars, 70, 70, and 75. 1972 Olds Cutlass 442 convertible up on the block.
So we saw a custom earlier. Well, this is a very faithful restoration of a low mileage car, 65,000 miles, full nut and bolt Concours restoration.
And one nice thing, again, about 1972 is that General Motors added a fifth digit for engine size. Here we have U. Yup, it's definitely a 455 V8. And that's a nice thing. Before 1972, well, the engine was not shown in the VIN, so it's kind of made it harder to verify. But there's no doubt this is a 455 442 convertible with an automatic transmission.
And this one is loaded, loaded, loaded. Power steering, power brakes. Also one, they call it the tick-tock tack, where the clock is inside of the tachometer. Pretty cool little touch there.
I'll tell you what, the eye appeal is getting big bucks. $100,000 for that Olds Cutlass 442 convertible to 65,000 miles. They only made 1,100 of them in 1972. That's one of them, and it just got a lot of attention here at Barrett-Jackson. Well, that's out in the staging lanes. Now, that is a Ford GT. That is a recreation, if you want to call it a kit car, that'll be up on the block very soon. But we also have plenty of real deal Ford GTs that are here. And Steve Magnante was checking them out.
Ever wish you had a time machine? I sure do. Any one of the Ford GTs being sold here at Barrett-Jackson this week, 4 of the V8 models and 3 of the EcoBoost V6s, any one of them could be taken back to Le Mans 1966 and hypothetically win the race. No joking. The power, the suspension, the brakes, the endurance, they're all there. And these are street cars. But the one thing they won't have is Bruce McLaren, who won 1966 Le Mans for Ford. Of course, 1, 2, 3, all 3 cars in 66 were winners. But there's for sure all of these GTs are going to be winners on the block here at Barrett-Jackson.
Yeah, what a magic name, the Ford GT. You know, originally it was the Ford GT40, although that wasn't a factory, and then that just began what it was called. These days, they're just called the Ford GTs. And up on the block right now, we got a 1951 Chevy 3100, $82,000, the current bid, and boy, that's a lot of red paint.
Well, this one's got the corner windows on the cab, which look great, but also allow much better visibility out if you're backing up or driving in traffic. This has an LS engine swap, iron block, aluminum heads, plenty of power.
Sold it. Cows weigh $80,000.
There you go, $80,000. We were at $70,000, and now we seem to have jumped into the $80,000 range. We're going to take a quick break here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale. Don't go away, because we have almost 3 hours of coverage left tonight.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett-Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit Barrett-Jackson.com to consign today.
Barrett-Jackson's had some great moments with charity. One that really started a lot of the 7-figure cars was Warrior One. It was the vehicle that CNN used in the first Gulf War. And back then I wore a headset and we're all getting ready for it. And in my ear is, you need to tell everybody that Warrior One's on fire right now. You need to insert another car, tell the auctioneer. Got the fire out, it had a carburetor overflow on it, not a big deal. Comes up on the auction block and magic happens.
Ladies and gentlemen, $1 million.
I'm going to let him own it for $1 million, but I'm going to write this foundation a check for $250,000, and I don't want the truck.
All right, here's what we got there. I'm going to close the bid and say sold at $1 million plus $250,000. We raised $1,250,000 for the Fisher.
And that tradition of selling cars for great causes continues. We've already seen 2 cross the block already, and that one, a third one, will go across the block today, a 1965 Cobra 427. It'll be up here very soon as a continuation model. And then we've got more cars being sold for great causes as the week progresses. A lot of money has been raised here at Barrett-Jackson Auctions over the years. Up on the block right now, we've got a 1967 Plymouth GTX Custom.
Well, this is Plymouth's first muscle car. All aluminum Hemi in this thing. What a well-purchased car.
$80,000 for that 1967 Plymouth GTX. Truck time right behind it. We've got a 1968 Chevy C10. This is a custom pickup. And just for fun, in addition to the pickup truck, you're also going to get a matching mini bike that goes with it. Hang on for a second. What's happened here is they didn't actually properly close the last GTX. So they've got one more bidder, and oftentimes what they'll do is they'll open it up to the 2 bidders who were there at the end. Give them one last chance to bid on it. They take it up, take it to $77,000.
I'll be right here.
Shakes his hand, says no thanks, I'm not willing to go up to the next one, and $77,000. That is the final bid. All right, now we move on to the next. This is a 68 Chevy C10 custom pickup, and it's got that matching mini bike in the back.
This is nice. This has a 383 from Blueprint Engines. They're out in Kearney, Nebraska. And every one of these motors comes with a dyno sheet that tells you what it made on the dyno. And this is a 383 once again, backed up by a 700 R4, packing 5-tech fuel injection. No carburetor here, but just a nice little half-tonner short bed. I love the way the color matches the wheels to the body. Just nice, tasteful work. And speaking of color match, the mini bike's also been done up in that aqua green. Nice artistic taste happening here.
They've nicknamed this truck Tiffany. You know, once again, this is a 68. They really did a big restyling on the C and K series back in 67, so just a year before, and this line ran up through 1972. It was officially called the Action Line trucks, but a lot of people simply call it the Glamour trucks, because this was the era when trucks were becoming more than just work beds. They were actually becoming something people drove around in and began to enjoy.
We see that optional large back window, about 60% larger than the standard item.
Well, the truck named Tiffany is going to go away, but those folks right there will be happy to get not just the truck, but the cool mini bike as well. And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on for $63,000. Off it goes. We're going to take a break as well and come back to Barrett Jackson right after this. How much fun can you have in one day? Well, it depends on how much you want to spend here at Barrett Jackson. But the great thing is you get to watch it at the very least. Great car up on the block right now, but these are the last 3 cars that sold. And you'll notice that one of those, the one in the center, was that big, huge armored truck turned into a video machine, sold for $93,000, the one April Rose previewed. Up on the block right now, look at the bid. We're at $160,000 for a 1964. This is a Ford GT40 recreation built by Cav GT out of South Africa.
Well, this has a 427 Roush IR meaning individual runner, as in individual ports for each of the 8 cylinders. Fuel injection, very cool. That's, to my eye, the best induction system going. Beautiful. This is fiberglass. It's not aluminum, as would have been the original GT40.
Well, I thought they had it sold at 200, and the one bidder came back in at 205, not willing to let it go. And that now is the #1 retail sale of the day, $205,000.
Mic 1, please.
So that 1965 Cobra has so much meaning to me. The story behind getting that car is I won an Xfinity race in 2017 at Talladega for Bill and Lori Denbesti and Fred Biaggi. And we're so glad that Bill and Lori Denbesti are joining us with it, and that they are excited as we are about it. And I can't wait to see how much money we can raise for this car.
Wow, we had Eric Amarello, proud to be standing here next to you. Everybody knows everybody who loves NASCAR loves this guy. And we've got a very special guest who rides shotgun every once in a while, Aaron Shelby. Give him a great round of applause, folks. We're going to do something really special here. Thank you. Aaron.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Craig.
Well, this is an amazing opportunity for my wife and I. So, as you saw in the video, we received this car as a trophy
after winning a NASCAR Xfinity race at Talladega. And I've had it for the last 5 years, and I've enjoyed it. I've taken my kids to get ice cream in it a few times. Haven't put that many miles on it. Always wanted to make sure that I kept it clean. And tonight, we've got an amazing opportunity. We were so blessed, along with Bill and Lori Denbesti, to donate this car to Mayo Clinic. Mayo Clinic means so much to so many people. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I know so many people, so many friends, so many family that have gone through Mayo Clinic and battled cancer and other medical conditions. And Mayo Clinic is just an amazing place. I've experienced it from my good friends at Tillers, and we've got Dr. Gray and his wife Catherine here tonight, the CEO of Scottsdale. They are doing a $700 million expansion project here in Scottsdale called Arizona Bold Ford. And when I found out about that from my good friends at Tillers, my wife and I thought of a way we could give back to Mayo, because Mayo means so much to us. And this was the best idea we could come up with, and we thought this was pretty cool to have this opportunity. We're so blessed, so fortunate to have it, and we hope it raises a lot of money for Mayo Clinic tonight.
Well, thank you very much for coming here. We've wanted to do a car for Mayo Clinic. A lot of our great customers come here, get their physicals, but they've saved my life, so I have a personal attention to this. So,
Craig, also, folks, this car was actually built. I mean, this is the real deal. They took this thing, made it into what it is. The gentleman standing next to me, grandfather, did a lot of great things in his life, but I tell you, the heritage that he leaves behind. So again, you're getting something very, very special. And a guy that knows how to drive fast and knows a good car when he sees one, that's it.
Well, I'm like I said, I'm super blessed to have this opportunity. So thankful to Barrett Jackson to partner with you guys to auction this car. When I found out that we were going to auction it and you guys told me that every dollar is raised will go to Mayo Clinic, made me that much more excited. So just really appreciate your partnership and can't wait to see what happens. So thank you guys.
So once again, this is CSX 6086. It is part of a continuation series for the original Cobra line. These are 427s.
Well, indeed, we have to understand what we're looking at here. The original Cobra 427 was one of the craziest power-to-weight ratios on the planet with 427 cubic inches. Well, this has 482 cubic inches of Ford FE, and this is fiberglass, perhaps a little bit lighter. So as wild as the originals were, this takes it to another level.
Yeah, that 482 cubic inches pumps out 540 horsepower. And once again, when you think about a power-to-weight ratio, there's some serious performance there.
And it's just brakes all the way around. Up in the nose here, we can see a couple of radiators. The upper one is for the engine. The lower one, these bits are fittings. That's the lower radiator for the oil cooler.
Remember, once again, every penny going to the Mayo Clinic. For up to $200,000, there's a Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, and there's also a Mayo Clinic here in Arizona. In addition to the main facility, the clinic itself, they've got a hospital in North Scottsdale, and they mentioned the fact that they're raising a lot of money for an expansion, and this is going to make a big dent in that right now. Current bid, $225,000.
Autographed race-worn helmet that Eric won at the Xfinity race at Talladega in 2017. That's a race reference with the Cobra.
But I guess
and that's
he doesn't have
cool.
it here. He'll have to ship it.
He'll have to ship it to us. And also we'll have to ship the title anyway, so it's not a problem.
All right.
If you think about it, it's pretty cool. It's got all those connections. It's being sold here at Barrett Jackson. It was won by Eric Almirola. It's connected to Shelby, the Mayo Clinic. It's got a great connection to so many things. $6,000, the bid, the winning bid for a 1965 Shelby continuation 6000 series car, with every penny going to the Mayo Clinic. Congratulations to that gentleman right there. Nice that he was willing to step up and do that. And of course, once again, it's just another great moment here at Barrett-Jackson, where they're donating the time that they could be selling a car and giving something away to charity. Off it goes.
I want to grab Eric Almirola as he comes off the block here with Aaron Shelby. Great NASCAR driver here. Oh, he's going to wants to congratulate the winning bidder. So tell you what, let's sell a car and then we'll talk to Eric.
All right, well, we actually have another Cobra that's right behind it. In this case, it's a 1965 Backdraft RT3 Cobra, a replica as opposed to a continuation.
A little more freestyle here. This one has a 438 cubic inch Blueprint engine stroker. It has nitrous express on it with a direct port nitrous kit. Take a look at all the plumbing on this. That is crazy. And again, the basis of this is a Blueprint Engines Stroker V8 crate engine from wonderful Kearney, Nebraska.
I'll tell you what, pretty impressive money. You know, we see these across the block, and really it always boils down to the build quality. How did you build it? What did you put into it? And in this case, a lot of work went into it. Like you said, crazy stuff underneath, and that brought crazy money, $130,000. Mike?
Eric Almirola, you were given this car by your car owners, so it's probably as prized as any trophy you have, and yet you and your wife have given it back here to do some great things for some great kids. You've seen Barrett-Jackson in action now at charity. How's it feel?
Wow, what a place, and just incredibly blessed to have this opportunity. Mayo Clinic means a lot to me. We've got family and friends battle cancer and other medical conditions, go through there, and the way Mayo puts patients' needs first, it's just an unbelievable place. And my wife and I, we're trying to think of how we could give besides just giving money, something that would be impactful financially, but also shed some light on what a great place Mayo Clinic is. And we came up with this idea, Barrett-Jackson right here in Scottsdale, Mayo Clinic putting on a huge expansion project in Scottsdale, and wow, I'm blown away that the car brought that much money. I'm just so grateful and excited. That was a huge adrenaline rush being up there.
All right, you ready to go clash at the Coliseum next week?
I'm ready. I'm ready to get back in a race car and go racing.
Let's get at it.
Great
to have you here. Congratulations on a great result.
Thanks, Mike.
Once again, thanks to Eric Almirola for not only providing the car, but providing a special moment. Well, check out the number on this truck. $150,000 for a 1972 GMC K1500 custom pickup truck, a four-wheel drive, 35-inch tires, big beast of a truck, and it just hit $150,000. Well, this is a Roadster that we previewed a little while ago. This is a 1933 custom Roadster.
And I love the realistic flames on this. If you get a look at the proportions of this car, you'll kind of see where Chrysler got the idea to do their Plymouth Prowler that became the Chrysler Prowler later. Now, these are cars where you can pretty much buy in kit form and put together, but especially with this paint, this one's been done to an incredibly high standard.
LS1 all aluminum V8 4L60E 4-speed automatic with overdrive. Beautiful red interior, almost an orange. Nice contrast with the flames.
Got what looks like a quick change rear end. It's a quick change cover anyway, where the spur gears are out back of the ring and pinion and can be changed quickly to change the gear ratio without having to take that whole rear end apart. Coil overs as well. Nice hot rod touch there.
Yeah, to your point, Mike, that is a Ford 9-inch with a replica cover on it, but hey, looks good.
Just such a perfect combination with that black paint, the custom airbrush flames coming back. You know, and I really like the way they've done the flames. It almost looks like it is on fire up front, and the way it sheds back into the black.
The dashboard is also covered in a rendition of those realistic flames.
And the plenum on top of the engine itself also has the flames going through it as well. So once again, it's attention to detail. And this has won a number of awards already, so apparently people really appreciate that. Well, we had an internet bidder, we had a bidder down below here on the floor, and $65,000. That is the winning bid. All right, let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
That 809 is really standing out. It's a 1969 Ford Mustang Mach 1, the first year of the Mach 1, and it's a rare S-Code 390 V8 engine. Now, this thing's only had 600 miles since a comprehensive restoration, and there's a huge attention to detail with this car. Look inside, you have air conditioning, power steering, power brakes, but you come back up to the engine. This is where I noticed that they really, really cared. It has all the correct trim tags, all the correct labels everywhere, and they even went as far to replicate the inspections from the factory with the OK and the X on the heads and the block. The only thing that I see that isn't right is the battery that they must have added later, but that's a very easy thing to swap out and get a vintage looking battery. But they still have the inspection sticker here. It's strange to see that people used to write on these cars to say they were okay to move down the production assembly line. Nowadays, I imagine they just enter it all in a tablet, but a beautiful restoration of a first year Mach 1.
Yeah, a lot of people who are really hardcore about their restorations also replicate that same marking just in case. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in just a moment.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
That's a 50th anniversary celebration of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. The company was established back in 1971, and they held their very first collector car auction in January of 1972. I can tell you, they actually set a world record right off the bat with one of the cars they sold. So it's been running strong ever since. Up on the block now, a 1971 Mustang Boss 351.
Well, in 1970, Chevy increased the Z28 to 350 cubic inches, so Ford took their 302 in 1971 to 351 cubic inches and created this, the Boss 351. Not an inexpensive car, nearly $5,000 new. They didn't excel on the racetrack, and not so much in the showroom either.
Well, it didn't do badly up here, $72,000 for that 71 Boss 351. Well, we've seen some big numbers coming out of the custom SUVs, the Broncos, the Blazers. This one a pretty early 1967 Ford Bronco Custom.
And note the color treatment here. The grills, if you didn't pay extra for chrome, your grill in Ford pickups and Broncos was this kind of ivory, light grayish color. And I believe this is a stock aqua here. It is 67 Ford Peacock Blue. Now inside, something completely different. These are Mercedes leather bucket seats with peacock blue piping and roll cage added. The entire rear section inside has been treated to spray-on bed liner, so you don't have to worry about scratches. A fresh build, nicely done.
The consignor points out that this is all Ford steel. Now, he calls it all early Ford steel, meaning it may have been swapped out at some point in terms of not having come originally all together. But the point is, it's not fiberglass, it's not recreation, it's not restamped, all original Ford steel from the 60s. Wow, look at that number, $147,000 for a custom Ford Bronco. Congratulations to those folks right there. Yeah, that easily works its way into our top 10. In fact, if you want to break into the top 10 right now, it's going to take at least $125,000. Up on the block right now, a 1957 Chevy 150 fuel-injected two-door post, an interesting combination.
Yeah, very much a rare beast. The 150 was the base Chevrolet, the two-door post or two-door sedan, the least expensive and strongest body style. And here this one has been treated to Rochester fuel injection. Now Chevy did make a 150 called the Black Widow that found its way onto NASCAR tracks, but NASCAR required carburation and not fuel injection. So a lot of documentation comes along with this one that has been completely frame-off restored.
Back then, Rochester was a division of Chevrolet and was building the fuel-injected system. They got a modest increase in power, but to be honest, didn't get a huge increase in power. And over the years, they kept working at it, but by the mid-60s, they discovered that rather than adding fuel injection, it was easier just to add bigger carburetors, and Rochester fuel injection in the mid-60s went away.
Well, this engine was the first American production engine to produce 1 horsepower per cubic inch, 283 with the high-lift Duntov cam and the Rochester fuel injection. Very rare piece here. I'm surprised. I smell a bargain here, Rick.
Yeah, once again, the concept of a 150 Fuelie is very intriguing. Curious as to why it was bought the way it was bought and what the goal of it all was.
A lot of rare car for the money right here.
According to consigners, since they did the build on this, it's only been driven about 400 miles. It's been winning plenty of awards, as you can see. It's beautifully done, all that original paperwork. What a car.
Matador Red and India Ivory was the original color combination, along with the two-tone black and silver interior. That's the way it was built.
When I say talk about the horsepower, I mean back then it was 283 horsepower, which is pretty solid for this type of car in the late 50s, 57. Thought he had it. He was about to hammer it at 73, and one more bid came in.
Many of these 57 two-door sedans found their ways onto America's short tracks, both dirt and asphalt. A strong frame, strong body, they made great race cars.
$75,000 for that unique 1957 Chevy 150 fuel injector two-door post car. Don't forget, you see all those cars out there? Go to Barrett-Jackson.com. That's where you can see the full docket. Get more information about each car and maybe think that you want to buy one? Well, you can register at Barrett-Jackson.com as well. So go ahead. Head on over to the website and see what you can learn. All right, from 1957, we're going to move forward quite a bit in just about every way possible to a 2018 Corvette Z06.
12,000 actual miles on this triple black beauty. Well, black and gray interior, otherwise all black, including the wheels. Now, later this week, Chevrolet Motor Division will bring Z06 #1 of the current C8 Corvette to be sold. Proceeds all going to charity. Previous generation Z06 high-performance version is right here.
And whether you're buying the new mid-engine or buying one of these are truly American supercars. I mean, for the money, when you buy one of these, the performance you get, the quality you get. Remember, you hop in these, you turn the key, and you just go. It's just not a big question mark. $92,000 for 650 horsepower out of that Corvette Z06. A little while ago, Tyler previewed a 1969 Mustang Mach 1 Fastback, and now it's up on the block.
My favorite Mustang is the 69 Sports Roof. Of course, I like them in Boss 302 Trans Am Series trim, but this will do. The Mach 1, not as hairy-chested or having the super performance suspension of the Boss 302 or the Boss 429, of which there are 3 at this year's Barrett-Jackson. The Mach 1 got a 390 cubic inch V8, a big 4-barrel carburetor, that sports roof styling, and optionally is that air grabber hood with the hood with the opening, and of course that scoop is attached to the engine, not the hood. The rear seats in these fold flat for extra storage. And it does, of course, have an opening trunk, which contains the spare tire and room for a couple of 6-packs or maybe a small picnic hamper. Beautiful car.
You're right, Mike. I love this body style as well because of the scoop on the side. It's got a slightly different look than the 1970 that would follow it. And that hammer sold at $110,000. The 1969 Mustang Mach 1 Fastback.
Kind of rare.
In just a moment, we're going to see a 1966 Pontiac GTO convertible roll across the block. Been finished in red with a black interior, 389 cubic inches, lots of Pontiac Historic Society documents.
Within the hour, this beautiful 1969 GT350 will come to the auction block and find a new home. Throughout Barrett-Jackson's history, there has been no more iconic name and brand associated with this auction than Shelby. Here's Rick DeBrule.
Seeing one Shelby is special. Having 5 in one place, well, that could make a gearhead's heart race. Well, how about having more than 20? That's what's on offer here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale this year. To start with, do you like 65 GT350s? We've got 2 of them. This one just restored 3 years ago. It's been winning awards ever since. And this one was converted to a drag racer back in 1965. It was put into storage in 1971, has less than 6,000 miles on the odometer. You want Cobras? Well, this 62 has an amazing history. Once owned by racer Lance Reventlow, is so early in the production run, it doesn't have a 289, it's got a 260, one of only 73 made that way. If you're a fan of the GT500 KR, you'll like this 68. They only made 1,000 fastbacks that year, and this one was displayed in the Shelby American Museum for a decade. And finally, no collection of Shelbys would be complete without the only car Carroll designed and built from the ground up. It's called the Series 1. Only 249 were made, and this is one of the original factory supercharged cars. So, if it's a Shelby name that excites you, it's a target-rich environment.
Well, there is the one that I think is going to rock the block when it rolls across on Super Saturday. 67 Shelby Cobra 427, serial number CSX 3356. Wow. When I was in high school, that was everybody's dream car. It's okay to dream, right? Here's lot 811.1, a 51 Chevrolet 3100.
Well, no V8s in Chevy pickup trucks till 1955, but that didn't stop this one from getting a 350, which is fine. It's a nice hot rod. In the back here, kind of cool, you can see the electric fuel pump. That's a Holley silver pump right there, so we know this one probably has fuel injection up front.
So, for
$75,000, the hammer price. The consignor pays an 8% commission to Barrett-Jackson for rolling that car across the block, and the buyer pays a 10% premium. And then it's off to its new home. Lot 812 is a 1992 Land Rover Defender 110.
And again, we break out the magnet. We'll find no steel on this except for the cowl and some of the floor. These have aluminum bodies, the doors, the fenders, the hood, or the bonnet, as the Brits would call it. And something we never got here in the States would be the 2.5-liter diesel under hood. It was not emission certified for here, but enough time has passed where it's okay to own now and import. Land Rover is a brute of a vehicle, strictly leaf spring suspension, just really built for off-road use. But I got to correct myself there. I see coils on this one, so the Defender, of course, has evolved. Early ones were leaf springs, but not here. I stand corrected.
Good bit of freelancing with those 16-inch wheels and BFG all-terrain TAs and that Audi-style diamond stitch on the leather interior. This was nowhere near that luxurious when new.
As a kid, I had the Matchbox Land Rover. It was light blue, long wheelbase like this one. Maybe you had one too when you were a kid. External spare tire with a hinged mount right here. Swing it out. You can access the rear gate for entry and egress.
$62,000 up in the skybox. Patrick congratulating the winning bidders there. April, what's caught your eye?
Oh, be still my heart. I'm in love with Broncos, and this is a 1978 Bronco, which are basically an F-Series pickup from this B-pillar forward. This generation, they got 2 feet wider, 1 foot longer. They are the big boys. This one's got the big block 460 topped by a Holley Sniper fuel injection, upgraded off-road suspension, C6 trans. Now, inside, you got to check out this interior, this orange and black plaid custom seats and that three-piece gauge design, which is identical to the F-Series pickup. Just love seeing that. Now it's finished in shadow black with those chromatic graphics, which back in the day, if you ordered just these graphics alone, it was an extra $487, which, Mike, that's kind of a lot in 1978.
Well, it was probably, about, 1/6 the price of the truck. You certainly couldn't hide in the neighborhood in that Bronco. Pretty sharp. $70,000 the current bid on lot 813, the 69 Camaro.
Yeah, the hood is closed, but this one's got a 383 Gen 1 small block with dual quads. And for some of the folks who might not know, that means 2 4-barrel carburetors, not fuel injection here. And carburetors can be just as fun, just as fine. 6-speed Tremec manual transmission, Ford 9-inch rear axle. This one has been, it still has the leaf springs in the back, but I believe it's been mini-tubbed because these are pretty wide tires in the back, and the stock wheel houses won't accept these without some massaging, which has been done here.
$75,000. Lot 814 is a 57 Chevy 3100 pickup.
A third model year, I should say 55, 67, for this redesign, which really has a lot of the look of a 55 Chevy Bel Air. And this is the Series 2, as they called it, for 1955, replacing the more bulbous design. But this one has got an LS-style small block. I see an iron engine block, so it's probably a truck-based unit. No problem there. The great thing about the LS, they all have these wonderful aluminum cylinder heads, which flow crazy amounts of air in stock trim. No need to port these things. They're excellent right out of the foundry. Has a Phytech fabricated metal ram air, or ram box fuel injection unit, and this is a step side with the wood bed floor.
Beautiful paint, great looking wood, matching interior, very sharp presentation.
With the wraparound cab window in the back there, I believe that was about a $20 upcharge versus the medium-sized flat pane. And of course, there's a microscopic miniature window that was standard fare in the Fleet-type pickup truck cab. But this is as nice as it got, and what a beautiful thing, wraparound windshield and backlight.
This is so big at Barrett-Jackson. Resto-modded pickups. They look old, but they perform like a brand new truck. And this is a huge part of the collector car hobby, and one that continues to grow, as witnessed by the high bid price right now of $82,000.
Yeah, really, Mike, it's having your cake and eat it too. The beautiful retro styling, the modern drivability.
And the hammer falls at $82,000 for that beautiful Chevrolet pickup. Lot 815. Final year for the C1 Corvette. This is a 1962 that's been customized.
Indeed, there's a 350 small block. It would have had a 327. Not a big difference there, but four-wheel disc brakes. No disc brakes in Corvette until 65, but you can certainly bolt them on, which is what's been done here. It still has leaf springs in the rear, so it's a fairly simple, basic, nearly stock resto mod, but great driver. The four-wheel discs, four-speed transmission, a lot of fun.
This would have been born with, say, a 327. It currently has a 350 underhood. No harm there. Externally, they appear pretty identical.
And we've said this before, but the 1961 and 62 rear quarters and taillight treatment predicted the 1963 Stingray. It was one of several times when hints of future styling were seen on certain models. One big difference, though, in 1963, the Stingray, the exhaust pipes came through the lower valance, which in this case do not. In fact, this has hidden pipes which come down very quietly, very subtly.
$105,000 for 62 Corvette. You can look up and see the sale prices of all the cars across the block here at Barrett-Jackson.com. Up next is the car April said she could live in. Well, why not? It's certainly large and in charge. The 66 Lincoln Continental.
Speaking of large, in 1961 these came out. For 1964, Lincoln added 3 inches of wheelbase, going from 123 to 126 inches. The point of it was to make more room in the rear seat area for passengers, and the doors were made 3 inches longer to accommodate the longer wheelbase. But we have the 462 big block under hood, bone stock, no modifications here. And you rarely see people hot rod these vehicles because A, they're plenty powerful as it is, and they just really don't attract hot rodders that much. But again, they're just great cruisers, and this one's a nicely restored car.
Triple black. And my favorite feature about this is the convertible top boot is metal and is flush with the trunk lid. So there is no convertible top stack when the top is down. Look what a clean look that is.
You know, these cars are expensive to restore, the chrome work, etc. So these are typically seen with amateur restorations, not here. I think that explains why it sold for so much.
Well, it's headed for their neighborhood for $85,000, the hammer price.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit barrett-jackson.com to consign today.
Well, I've got to say, one of my favorite Scottsdale memories would have to be, well, I'm a Mopar guy at the core, right? And Hemi Cudas and Superbirds and Daytonas get all the love. Well, I remember a 66 Dodge Coronet 4-door street Hemi, a 4-door, a very bland car, sold for $600,000. That must have been a world record.
Amazing cars and amazing prices all figure into our Barrett Jackson memories. This is lot 817.1. 57 Ford Fairlane 500 Skyliner retractable hardtop.
That's right, Mike. To your point, this is not a Sunliner fabric top convertible, but rather a hardtop and convertible in one, which of course is the Skyliner. We notice how it has a very long deck lid here. This trunk, it has a miniature cargo spot inside. This folds up, the entire roof goes inside, and this is the first of 3 years for the Skyliner.
$62,000 the hammer price. I'm told that has over a mile of wiring in it to operate all the relays and everything to make that top go up and down. Lot 818 is a 68 Chevy Camaro.
Yeah, 383 power. It was born a V8. We know that. The VIN starts with a 124, not the 123 of a 6-cylinder car, but that was a long time ago. This 383 is a nice piece. It's got aluminum cylinder heads. I'm seeing a single plane intake manifold with what looks to be perhaps a Holley 4-barrel hiding underneath that air cleaner. Tremec TKO 5-speed transmission, 12-bolt rear axle, which is a good thing to see. And I love the wide and wider wheel choice. It fills out the wheel openings just right.
Originally butternut yellow, which is a kind of pale primrose color. It was treated to this Lazarus yellow during the restoration.
The leaf springs have been replaced in the back by coilovers. We can see the mounts protruding down below the axle, and again, that was one of the secrets behind the ability of getting those big fat tires in place. The leaf springs are they're located pretty far out, and they rub sidewalls, so they got to go to put a good tire under these things, which has been done here. That Tremec 5-speed manual transmission, overdrive in 5th gear. Nice mellow cruising on the open road.
$75,000, the hammer price. Tyler, dazzle us, will you?
Okay, well, how about the fastest 4-door car in the world in 1990? Lot 826.1 is a 1990 Alpina B10 sedan. It's based on the 535, but then they took a twin turbo kit, put it on this thing. Alpina is a great performance house, but they're also a great design house. They do some beautiful body kits, great looking wheels, and if you go look at the inside, they do a lot of other details in there. You can see special wood. The seats have a little extra stripe to them. Of course, there's the Alpina crest, and this one is showing only 1,000 kilometers, I believe, on it. Now, this is here because of the 25-year rule. This was never sold in the United States, and you really couldn't import these when these were new or nearly new because of EPA restrictions and safety mandates. It would be very expensive. But once a car reaches 25 years old, you can bring it in without any kind of restrictions other than paying, well, a little bit of taxes. And that's probably how this one is here, and you never see them in the United States.
That is a beautiful piece, you bet. Just rolling off the center stage to put a little more pressure on the bidders is this 1938 GMC panel truck.
Yeah, I like this. It's got a 454, which is something, of course, that did not exist back in 1938. And it's backed up by an automatic transmission, and that's all GM steel. It's not fiberglass, and the compound curves on these are really hard to make look smooth if they've been dented or damaged, but this is just looking really nice. And again, all steel, no fiberglass.
1,200 of these were built. It's estimated only 50 survived, so $50,000 is a very appropriate hammer price. Let's go to the races. And let's pace the Indy 500 with this 1969 Camaro.
Well, this is a real deal Z10 pace car. Apparently Z11, of course, would be the convertible version of this, but you could get the package on a hardtop as well. This is the L78 375 with the aluminum L89 cylinder heads, which cut about 60 pounds off the nose of this car. It's almost the weight of a small block with much more power.
Rally wheels, Endura front bumper, an option on Camaro, and of course Dover white with Hugger orange, as were all the pace cars and pace car edition machines.
Now these wheels are a little bit of a positive or a sour note. If you're a purist, they're not so great. If you like a little bit of retro or aftermarket stuff, these are aluminum reproductions of the Super Sport Rally wheel in a larger size to accommodate modern rubber. I kind of like them. They hide in plain sight.
Steve, I'm going to give them a pass on the 17-inch wheels because the 14-inchers that this came with, well, there aren't many 14-inch performance tires available anymore. $100,000 is the hammer price for that Indy pace car Camaro. Here is one of the Shelbys that was in Rick's feature a few minutes ago, the 69 Shelby GT350.
Yeah, 1969 and 70 were the only 2 years where the GT350 had a 351. 68 was a 302, and everything before that was a 289. Now, the 351 used here was the Windsor, not the Cleveland, so it has the standard inline valves and wedge-type chambers. It's fine, but you got to love 5 holes in the hood. These outer ones and on the backs, they allow air to pass through and prevent it from building up. The one in the middle technically feeds the carburetor, but not on a GT350 where these do not have ram air. But all that said, it's a real Shelby GT350, 1969. The real deal, not a clone.
I think that's the first car I remember with NACA ducts in the hood, developed as part of World War II airplane research. NACA eventually morphed into NASA, the Space Administration.
We have BACA duct, quote unquote, pun intended, whatever, in the middle here. This is the exhaust outlet in the center. And one thing about it is the license plate typically lives down here. Well, when the pipes go here, the plate goes up top, but then it blocks the gas tank. So you get a hinge, seen only on Shelbys. Other Mustangs, well, they have a regular cap right here and the plate's down low. So Shelby got away with a lot of interesting little styling touches that helped to set the cars apart. But with that said, the Mach 1 and the Boss were on the scene in 69, and they kind of stole Shelby's thunder. And they were about $1,000 less expensive.
Note that those side stripes are reflective. That was touted as a safety advance, something shared with the Mach 1 and the Boss 302 Mustangs. $85,000. Hammer price for that 69 Shelby GT350. Next up is a car that we previewed, a 2-owner, frame-off restored 66 Pontiac GTO.
Yeah, it's a real GTO, and thankfully for 1966, Pontiac added a 242 VIN sequence. In 64 and 5, there's nothing in the VIN, but we know it's a real one here. Now, this one has the automatic, which is a 2-speed super turbine, not the Power Glide. It's more like a Buick transmission, but again, only 2 speeds. Kind of a bummer in some ways. But with that said, top down, 400 cubic inches, a lot of fun.
A lot of provenance with this one. Has its original books and Protecto plate, which you needed to get warranty work done if you were the original owner or within the warranty period. Matching numbers.
Consignor does describe it as having front disc brakes. Well, I don't see them. They were not available from the factory in '66. They were in '67, but what I see here are the standard iron 9.5-inch drums front and rear. But something new for '66 are these wheels, style steel rims. Or actually, those were available '65 too, but the red paint on the drums, that is factory correct. Kind of adds a little, I don't know, high school hot rod vibe to the car, but right from the factory. I like it.
We saw the louvered taillights that were unique to 1966. An internet bidder in the mix. That's a Barrett-Jackson employee watching the internet screen. Or people who have signed up in advance to bid over the internet or over the phone, or of course you can come and bid in person.
You gotta love the GTO hood. Not functional with the exception of a handful of XS code Ram Air cars in 1967. But with that said, what a beautiful design that is. But again, it never was mated to the carburetor, at least in not large numbers from the factory, but timeless, beautiful design.
$62,000 takes that 66 GTO off to a new home. Plenty of dream rides left across the block here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale.
Hey guys, it's David Spade wishing Barrett-Jackson a happy 50th. I'm turning 50 in a couple years, so I really relate. I've had great memories coming to this place. I'm glad they do it in Scottsdale where I'm from. I like the Copo Camaros, I like the Hemi Cudas, and I like the Chevelles. And even a Duster now and then. So, happy birthday, guys. Keep it up. I want to keep going.
Earlier today, the Plymouth Satellite convertible from Tommy Boy rolled across the auction block, and David will be here on Saturday to sell his own 68 Chevelle. Here's a 51 Chevy 3100 pickup, lot 821.1.
Yeah, dipped in yellow, 5 windows all the way around, Mustang 2 front suspension.
$58,000, the hammer price. Now we've seen a lot of the, dare I say, baby Broncos, the first generation. We have not seen many of these. A 1978 customized Ford Bronco.
Well, here it is, the first year for the second generation Bronco, and if it looks a lot like a Blazer in terms of size and theme, well, that's on purpose. Blazer did a nice job of showing how to maximize the SUV, and Ford followed suit. Something we see here in 1978, the round headlights, square headlights, which were in their first year. Now this is a 460, which is something that never happened in a Bronco. You get a 400, but never the 460. But this does have a Holley Sniper fuel injection system on top. Looks like a carburetor, but it runs like EFI.
Well, as I say, a rising tide floats all boats. As the original first generation values have gone up, we've seen anything named Bronco begin to gain value. I love this 1970s era paint. I'm not sure if it's original to this. I love the reflection aspect, but the point being that this is the way it would have looked back then without the big lift kit.
You know, the 70s were a time in a lack of performance. Detroit discovered graphics, and especially colored vinyl adhesive stuff. And this is a factory graphics package, which you would have seen. They faded very quickly. I remember I was about 14 when this was a new truck. I'd see them here and there, but they usually get painted over when this stuff faded. Now, graphics today are far better. The ink is more color fast, and it's not a problem to add that stuff. But the graphics today or then really add a lot of eye appeal.
And it's also interesting with these that modifications is not a problem. In fact, as we've seen with so many other cars, modifying it can actually add to the value. It's probably bringing greater value modified than it would if it was brand new. It's got a big 4-inch lift kit, 35-inch tires, and it's bringing solid money on the block.
The bidder assistants work hard here. Camille had a bidder on the stage. Patrick with the green cloth there so he can be seen from 100 yards away on the auction block. He's got a bidder up in the skybox, and they're working hard on this one. $86,000. And the hammer falls. The bidder on the stage is rewarded for his persistence. April, they sold your Bronco. I'm sorry. What have you got now?
Oh man, I wish I were up there, but I'm hanging out with this 1971 Chevelle SS. Now in 1971, they went to the single headlight. In 70, they had the double. They also did this single bar here in the front, and the SS got this flat black finish as well. Now just take a look at that puppy. Those matching numbers, 454, big block, 425 horsepower. Now, I want you to see inside, you got the black leather bucket seats, M22 4-speed manual with that legendary Hurst shifter. She's finished in Gobi beige with black racing stripes, black vinyl top. You know, Mike, I think I would look really good driving her. What do you think?
Absolutely. Lot 823 is a 1970 Mercedes 280 SL.
This one's an automatic. It's nicer to see the stick shift in these, a little more sporty. But again, these are sport only. You know, not going to go racing with one of these, but a beautiful restoration.
Yeah, a few of them are race, but really this was just a sport luxury car. The third generation, starting with the 230 SL that was introduced back in 1963, evolved into the 250 and finally the 280.
$80,000 sends that two-top Mercedes to its new home. We're going to stay in the luxury top-down theme with this 2007 Bentley Continental GTC.
Well, this one has the V12. About 5-6 years into the production run, a twin-turbo V8 was available, but this is the W12. I said V12. I meant to say W12. In other words, it's two V6s joined at the crankshaft. Very innovative design.
Yeah, it's got paddle shifters, 550 horsepower. Really, this was part of what brought Bentley back. I mean, for a long time, Bentley was just kind of a staid brand. You know, it was just sort of another type of Rolls-Royce with a different hood. In this era, it became a performance car. They went back to racing at Le Mans. And this is the car, when you drove up, you knew you were going to be parked up front with the valet. Not that I ever was that fortunate.
That's right. These were mass-produced, if you can say that about a Bentley. But before these, the Continental Type R, those were definitely handmade. Well, these were made by robots, frankly. And I think the only item in the factory that wasn't robotized was the polishing of the paint. So, again, mass production brought Bentley to the masses, as did a price drop. These are not cheap, but about half the price of one of the previous Continental Rs made these more affordable to more people.
Well, this one's only gone 39,000 miles in the 15 years that it's been in existence.
All-wheel drive. I mean, just so much technology packed into this.
Now it has a new owner. High fives all around. $100,000. The hammer price. Well, back to Germany, but staying in that luxury GT theme, we have this 65 Mercedes 230 SL.
This one's got a 4-speed manual, which is more my speed. You know, the automatic's a little more convenient, but this one is a U.S. version with the sealed beam lamps. Euro-spec vehicles have a big glass headlamp on it. So this is definitely built for the U.S. market, as opposed to an import.
Well, we refer to this as the pagoda roof, and that's because of this hardtop that comes off, but the way it dips right there, that was the nickname it was given. The really interesting thing about this car, when it was built and designed, it actually had a safety design to it. It had crumple zones in the front, a safety center and crumple zones in the back. It was one of the safest cars, if not the safest car, on the road in its day. It wasn't about how much metal can you surround somebody with. It was if the car gets hit, what happens to that metal? When you've got a crumple zone that can absorb all of that energy and protect the driver, I mean, that's what we have today.
Now, two things are going to help the number here. One is the 4-speed, which of these cars was only available on the 230 SL, not the later cars. Second is the odometer, only 17,000 miles on this one.
So I live down the street from a baseball player's sister, and I remember he bought one of these and parked it. Tug McGraw parked it in front of her house for about 3 months, and I walked by every day going, gee, I'd love just to sit in it.
$66,000 is the hammer price. Let's join Tyler out in the McGuire staging lanes.
Well, it doesn't get any more tub than this one on lot 829.1, a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro, or I'm sorry, Chevelle Custom Coupe. Those are 21-inch wide drag racing tires. You have a 468 big block on this thing. This is a Pro Street vehicle, and the seller tells me that he has never made a pass on this car on the drag strip. Neither did the builder, so this is your chance to do it, and it actually is capable of 1,200 horsepower. So a 1,200 horsepower Pro Street Chevelle, and it does have a flame paint job, which if you look kind of closely, you're not hallucinating. There are actually women, very pretty women, in that paint.
No, you're not hallucinating. Or are you? Here's a British Racing Green 2006 Aston Martin DB9 Volante.
Well, the Volante is a package of performance, and the hood on this has these grates, which are part of that. Kind of cool. Not so great if you have an outdoor parking spot, which is probably not going to happen often on these things because water gets right in there on the intake manifold. But with that said, these are just beautiful cars. Long hood, short deck, classic proportions.
Yeah, the styling that came in during this generation really took it to another level. Up until that point, they'd kind of been mirroring what Jaguar was doing. When this era, they began to go in their own direction. And so it's beautifully done, 450 horsepower. It's got all the right performance. It's got all the right look. I believe they call this color Wimbledon green.
Perhaps. Wimbledon green interior along with dark tan. Only 14,000 miles on that beautiful Aston Martin, $55,000.
Turbo, number 53 of 507 produced, the fastest sedan in the
Well,
world.
here is the Autobahn Express that Tyler previewed for us. Hot Rod BMWs, just like Hot Rod Fords were the Shelby name, Hot Rod BMWs are Alpinas. This is a 1990 B10 bi-turbo.
This is before BMW discovered V8 power. This has an inline 6, nothing wrong with that, but twin Schwitzer turbochargers perk it up and make it behave like a big V8 engine.
Boy, the 5 Series, this really brought so much in terms of the ability to kind of have that mid-range, remember, from the 3 Series to the 6 Series, and then to do the Alpina with the performance, the ability to have all that. This was $85,000 when it was new, and as Tyler mentioned, when it was built, it was really the fastest 4-door sedan in the world, except you couldn't buy them here in the United States.
Well, Tyler explained the 25-year rule, which is that any car more than 25 years old can now be legally imported into America, and you do not have to bring it up to today's emission or safety standards. So that's opened the door for a whole lot of great cars from Europe and the Far East.
And one telltale about this car's inline 6 is the fact that it has an asymmetrical exhaust system. The pipes come out the driver's side. A V8 would have pipes on both sides. So if you're a street racer like I am, when you see that, inline 6 power.
Sounds like a bargain to me. $73,000 for that BMW Alpina B10. A wide variety here at Barrett-Jackson.
If you love cars, then be a part of the world's greatest collector car auctions. Join the enthusiasts, the action, the family. We're currently hiring for multiple positions. Put your passion for cars to work. Apply today to be a part of the Barrett-Jackson team.
One thing that separates Barrett-Jackson from all the other auto auctions is this is a great lifestyle event. You can look at and sample brand new vehicles here, and some that aren't even yet available to the public. It's a great experience. It's not just an auto auction. But it is, and center stage is this Rally Green 69 Chevy Camaro convertible.
What's special about this is the work they've gone through to make it as original as possible. Jerry McNish, the expert here, has certified this, and it's not just making it look right. They've got date-coated hose clamps. They've gone and replaced it so it's got the correct carpeting inside, the correct convertible roof. All those details that the hardcore judges are going for, they've gone for on this particular Camaro.
Yeah, this is very nice. And again, Jerry McNish, Camaro High Performance LLC, he doesn't mess around. If he gives it the blessing, it's righteous.
$65,000 is the right price for that green Camaro. Before they sell cars each day at Barrett-Jackson, they sell automobilia, a wide range of things to tempt you, such as this 1917 Hamilton Beach Soda Fountain Malt Mixer with a marble base made of stainless steel and brass, sold for $2,000. This 1930 Mobil Oil double-sided porcelain service station curb sign featured Pegasus, the mobile flying red horse, $10,600. And a beautiful 1940s Gilbarco Model 96 restored service station gas pump, $18,400. Back to the block for a car Tyler previewed, the 69 Chevrolet Chevelle.
Well, this is built to the Pro Touring style, which was a big thing in the early 80s and continues to be kind of a thing. Pro Touring, of course, or Pro Street, excuse me, is all about tubbing the back with an Art Morrison back half kit. And of course, Art Morrison has pretty much evolved at the times. Now he sells Pro Touring chassis, but this is basically state-of-the-art 1992.
Yeah, and when you talk about tubbing it, when we go back down below, this is what we're talking about. Look at these massive tires. And what they've done is they've actually eaten away at that inside so that rather than having the tires hang on the outside, they cut into the inner area. Boy, look at this. It's been fully dipped. It's got flames on the front. And you know, the thing about paint right now is it's really expensive. So to paint this like this would not be cheap.
And away goes that Chevelle into the night and to its new owner. Let's find Christian Murphy out and about.
Thanks very much, Mike. We are out here looking at the Barrett-Jackson Cup finalists. Barrett-Jackson Cup, of course, celebrates incredible innovation and artistry from some of the best builders in the business. Over the weekend, the 50 cars that made it into the final, well, they were reduced down to these 5 we see just here, like this 36 Roadster, an absolutely exquisite vehicle that has been redone from top to bottom with lovely little touches everywhere. And over here, a 63.5 Ford Galaxy. Everything you see in any of these 5 vehicles is absolutely exquisite. And how can you, the viewer, how can you see more of these cars and have your say? Well, you can vote on BarrettJackson.com. Just go to BarrettJackson.com and review all of these cars, find more information. And then on the weekend, on Saturday, well, we're going to reveal the winner. And Mike, I cannot wait to see which wonderful car here is going to be this year's Barrett-Jackson Cup winner.
A great competition, and I'm glad I wasn't asked to be a judge. That would be just too hard a choice to make. What would you bid for this 1954 Custom Deluxe convertible?
Well, this is a big deal car. 1949 and 50 were the first years for Ford's envelope styling, breaking away from the buggy springs, the banjo drive of 1948, all the way back to 1904. A very revolutionary car for Ford, right here, the envelope body.
Yeah, remember, we were just a short time after World War II at this point in time. Just a few years earlier, they were still building the pre-war body style. And then, of course, they were already had the concept of what they were doing moving forward. But you look at this and where they were going in terms of design. Now, go from the beginning of the 50s to the end of the 50s, and boy, what a radical change in styling. Like you say, this was new and different in its day, but just a decade later, it looked radically different.
$42,000 is the hammer price for that 1950 Ford. Let's back up a decade and a half for a 1937 Ford 5-window coupe.
Something special here. The consignor describes this as having a flathead built by Ralph Earnhardt, Dale Earnhardt's grandfather. So, you know, some nice provenance to the engine. The engine's not open, but it does have Edelbrock cylinder heads, a two-barrel carburetor intake. But beyond all that, this is all steel. No fiberglass here.
Yeah, they said they put about $20,000 worth of improvements under the hood. And it's a great resto mod look, you know, where you've got a slightly stronger engine. Yeah, you can see the wheels and tires are different, but for the rest of it, it's pretty simple and pretty basic. It looks great. You know, just noticing, yeah, on the door, it even has Ralph Earnhardt's name on both sides. So, you know, it's a great look.
To your point about the modern upgrades, Rick, it describes it has a backup camera? Yeah, and front disc brakes. You know, the rear view vision out of this ain't so great, but yeah, backup camera. Go figure.
Boy, what a wonderful thing. You know, I've seen that added in so many custom cars now, because you think about it, that ability to back up and not just nudge something is so important. There we see it right down at the bottom, just underneath.
By Alpine.
See if we can open this up. I love the trunks in these. Just goes on forever in there, you know?
The hammer comes down. $50,000 is what's written on the Summit Racing Sold sticker. And it's off to its new home. We're going to move ahead just 3 years from that one to this 1940 Ford convertible.
So let's go back to what we were talking about after we take a look underneath.
The chassis cam, what a beautiful thing. Chrome oil pan, aluminum transmission pan, body on frame construction, open drive, no banjo here, Ford 9-inch rear, leaf springs, really tidy.
All right, so a moment ago we were talking about the difference between a 1950 and a 1960. Well, let's roll it back. This is 1940, and think about the difference between a 1940 and a 1950 in terms of styling. This is that pre-war look, and it evolved, you know, from that Model A style into this, what they considered so modern in 1940. And then, of course, just a decade later, that 1950 that we saw roll across with that shoebox styling down the side. Boy, what a radical change it was.
One slightly impractical detail are the running boards, which are painted. That would have had a rubber coating on it from the factory. With that said, you know, you're getting in and out. You're going to watch yourself. Just make sure anybody who's getting in, warn them not to stomp on that paint. It'll get old quick.
Well, think about it. What an archaic concept to have running boards on the side. You know, at this point in time, it was just a leftover from a time before. And before too long, once again, after they got through World War II, those running boards were gone.
That's right, that all-important envelope styling. Eugene Bourdonnais, 1949, the revolution was on. But a lot of people forget that the Kaiser Frazer of 1947 was the first American car mass-produced without fenders. Ford kind of gets the credit in 49, but Frazer was first.
$60,000 for that 1944 custom convertible. Now we're going to jump ahead to a 1949 Mercury customized two-door.
Well, this is probably one of the most iconic hot rods of all time, the chopped Mercury. This is a steel-bodied car, not a Street Beasts fiberglass replica. And yes, this roof has been chopped probably about 3 inches. And what you always look for is surgery scars, little rough edges, and I don't see anything. It's absolutely smooth, and just what a beautiful design this is. The car gets better and better when it's lowered like that. This car was meant to be chopped, and it's been done here really well.
And I'd like to point out, this is one of the cars that was entered in the Barrett-Jackson Cup. They had 47 cars that were entered and were up for running for, they were actually to be invited in and up for the Barrett-Jackson Cup. Did not make it as one of the 5 finalists, but still, the fact that it was actually entered and accepted as one of the cars shows the work that was done. So pretty impressive. I like the fact that they've got a Mercury, they've got a Ford engine underneath, they've got a Lincoln interior inside. They've kept within that Ford world.
1949 was the purest of this type of car. 50 is okay, 51 and 52. If you're going to chop a Merc, it's a 49 you really want, it's a 50 you'll take. But this is, it doesn't get much better than this. And if you like 125th scale plastic kits, round 2 by, or AMT by round 2 makes a beautiful little plastic model. Build one today. Get your kids involved in model building.
Just such a sleek design. And I go back to, I know I've talked about this several times, but just the cost of paint today is so expensive. Approaching $1,000 a gallon. You want to paint something like this, you're going to be in it for probably $6,000, $7,000 right off the bat.
$55,000 for that hot rod lead sled Mercury. One of the cars coming up is a 58 GMC Suburban pickup that has only changed hands once since 1958.
Out in the McGuire staging lanes, it's dark in the evening, but there's still plenty of light for people to check out the cars as they come through the staging lanes. And We've got about an hour left of our coverage here on FYI of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. And still plenty of cars, plenty of nice cars yet to cross the block. Up there right now, really nice looking Corvette, a 63, 327 cubic inch.
First year for the Stingray, 327 small block. Those grills in the hood indicate the first year car. When you have a Roadster, that's how you tell it from a 64. Wow, $100,000.
That's what it sells for. The sold sticker goes on. Right behind it, we got a 1971 Chevelle SS 454 that is rolling up on the block. This is the one that April previewed.
Well, there are no claims. It's a factory SS 454. Again, we see a 136 for a V8 body, but who knows? Doesn't really matter. Some freestyle stuff under the hood. We have the braided radiator hose, one of the favorites at the car show. Iron intake manifold, and you know, a low rise with the, oh, look at that, a Quadrajet, an actual GM Quadrajet 4-barrel underneath that air cleaner. So a lot of originality going on here. It might well be a factory 454 car. Hard to say, but nice.
So that braided hose is meant to imitate Aeroquip hose, but if you don't see the AN fittings at either end, well, it's just frosting, I guess.
As they say, it's a wrap in more ways than one. This is a 4-speed car, which is pretty cool, which of course should mean 12-bolt rear axle, and yeah, there it is. Got the F41 suspension, which means the rear anti-roll bar and boxed lower control arms all on display. So yeah, it's a righteous piece.
This wears the 15-inch wheels that came originally on the Z28 Camaro, also available on the El Camino in certain years, 15x7s.
This is the domed hood, which is not to be confused with the cowl induction hood. Same stamping, although it's not pierced with the door, doesn't have the ductwork inside, nor does it have the dual solenoid operated flappers, but it looks cool, and it's part of the SS package.
All right, the 71 and 72 Chevelles look identical from the front except for one spotting cue. The 71 has a single rib in the center of the grille. The 72 has two.
And let's not forget those 4 headlights on the 70 and, well, you're talking 71 and 2, you got it, yeah. 71 and 2 are the quad lights. You know, a lot of folks like the 70 with the 4 lights. I like them all. They both look pretty cool. Out back, of course, the round tail lights are seen on 71s and 2s, rectangles on 70.
Well, there it goes for $50,000 for that SS 454 from 1971. Well, back in 2017, the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction was the first major event to be held after there was a mass shooting, a concert across the way from Mandalay Bay. But as has happened so many times, a charity car helped Barrett-Jackson become a part of the healing process in Las Vegas.
We had talked, Craig and I, and we had struggled with, you know, how do we go into Vegas with the unknowns and all the things that had happened, because none of us really at that time had any idea what was going to happen. And we were going to be the first public event since the tragedy. So again, we struggled with that a lot and figured, well, let's help heal the community. I thought the Super Snake was the right move to donate that great car, because that car had roots in Las Vegas. I bought the car from Mark Fields, who was CEO of Ford, then had the car converted into a Super Snake there in Las Vegas, and we're better to sell it to benefit this incredible cause than Las Vegas.
And it was the Vegas first responders, and they all came up on the stage.
Absolutely. And one more time, Barrett-Jackson pulled out this amazing moment and took this tragedy and put it in perspective and celebrated life. I think when the hammer dropped and the number was $1 million, the entire community of Las Vegas began to heal.
Everybody God bless America, God bless our first responders, and God bless each and every one of you. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen in Vegas, put your hands together. Sold.
$1 million. You know, I remember being there for that moment, and we all wondered what it was going to be like going back to Mandalay Bay. And As I mentioned, Barrett-Jackson became a part of the healing process, moving the town forward, getting back where it belonged, and you can't put that behind you. You can't forget it, but there was a great way to step forward. Up in the block right now, a 1969 Dodge Charger RT 440.
Now pay close attention here, because right down to the color, B5 blue, this looks very much like the car that was our high seller yesterday here in Scottsdale.
Now, the RT, of course, means nothing less than a 440 and, of course, possibly a 426 Hemi. But in the case of this one, somebody's done a little freestyling with a 440 six-pack induction. Now, the six-pack is 3 two-barrel Hollies, but was only available on the Super Bee and Roadrunner halfway 69 cars, or 1970, 71, sure. But in 69, you couldn't get the RT with a six-pack. But you know what? It bolts right on. It looks good and adds about 20 horsepower.
I love B5 blue. That's my favorite Mopar color. I even once painted an Alfa Romeo Spider in this color. Liked it so much. Love the bumblebee stripe there with the RT. And yeah, the white vinyl roof was very appropriate. It was a popular option from, about 1968 to 71 or 2. The look of a convertible top without all the complications.
Of course, being an RT, it's a member of the Dodge Scat Pack, the cars with the bumblebee stripes. And I think since 2018 or so, this Scat Pack is back.
Mike, you mentioned the one that sold yesterday for $107,000. This one came pretty close. $100,000, the final bid for a 1969 Dodge Charger RT 440. Don't forget, if you want to see the price of the cars that did sell yesterday, just go to barrett-jackson.com. You do all your research for the cars that have already crossed the block, learn what they sold for, so that maybe you might be interested in buying one in the future. Find out what they all crossed the block for. Up in the block right now, pretty cool, 1965 Pontiac GTO convertible.
Well, there are no claims it's an actual GTO, no 242 code until 1966, but we do see something unusual, a Phi-Tech EFI unit on top of the Pontiac V8. That's been bored out to 402 cubes, so kind of new, kind of old.
Add on under the dash air conditioning with this one. When I was 15, my dad drove home one day with a brand new 65 Pontiac GTO, and I was the happiest 15-year-old in Connecticut. And boy, was it a great car. Loved riding in that one so much, and got to drive it some during my college years, that in 1972, when I got released from active duty in the Army, what did I drive home in? A used 65 GTO. They were a lot of fun to drive, but boy, the valve guides, a lot of problems there. You'd carry a case of drain oil in the trunk, and every time the engine started making a noise like a room full of typewriters, you'd pull over and add 2 quarts. Hey, when you're a college kid on a budget, that's what you do.
Looked like that one was finally bid up to $85,000 for that Pontiac GTO. Well, we've had plenty of custom SUVs. We got another one up on the block, a 1972 GMC. This is a Jimmy Custom.
Well, we saw some two-wheel drive versions of the Blazer and the Jimmy, but this is an actual four-wheel drive. That's about 97% of them were. This one's got a 350 engine, a lift kit, and wheels from a late 70s GMC pickup truck, but otherwise looking very much like it was when new.
Matching numbers and a 4-speed manual transmission in this one. As it was built, 2-speed transfer case.
Now, the fiberglass top on this looks like it's ready to come off and turn this in an open-air cruiser. Not so fast. These are really not meant to be removed. You can do it, but it takes about an hour, and maybe 2 or 3 people lift that thing off of there. You could buy an open GMC Jimmy or Chevy Blazer, but believe it or not, the sales on those things were infinitesimal. Most people bought these with a hardtop, kept it on.
There's a couple of hidden bolts in the back, and if you don't know where they are, you'll sit there and get a lot of it done, and then you can't figure out why it won't move. This one's got a 2-inch lift. It's got Rancho suspension, and according to the consignor, they've actually included a lot of the photographs of the work that was done, which is a nice little thing to add in something like that. $60,000 for a 1972 GMC Jimmy Custom SUV, and just makes the point that, you know, these custom SUVs bring in serious money as they're crossing the block. And you can pretty much do whatever you want with them. Have fun, build it the way you like it, because it seems like everybody has something they want in a custom SUV. We're going to take a break. We'll come back to Barrett-Jackson.
The all-new line of Barrett-Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Wow! What was that?
I was starting you out.
Barrett Jackson, happy, wonderful, fantastic, prodigious
Anniversary.
50th anniversary.
Anniversary.
That's older than me.
Not older than your dad.
Not that old.
You're older than 50.
Happy anniversary, guys. How are you gonna end it? Bye.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, guys.
Well, thanks to the cast of Pawn Stars up there. Celebrating us on our 50th anniversary here at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction. And up on the block right now, we got a 1926 Ford Model T Custom Roadster.
Well, pretty rare stuff. It's a Miller overhead valve conversion for a Model T engine. That is some very serious vintage speed equipment. It's been slightly modified. It's got a crank trigger ignition, which of course is not something that existed back in the 30s when this would have been built. Also has a couple of side draft carburetors, which those are shorty carbs, so those are more modern. But that overhead valve conversion right there, that's a super rare piece. And keep in mind, the Flathead was indeed a valve-in block type engine, very asthmatic, but that kind of brings it up to the 20th century in terms of having ports, rocker arms, and push rods.
That is incredible, and of course it is plumbed with all, we were talking about Aero-Quip hoses and AN fittings, and that is how this one is plumbed. This is incredible. I've never seen one, Steve, and that's, as you say, this is a classroom as well as a car show and an auction. What a beautiful piece for this track roadster.
And all that work just sold for $65,000. Well, if you would like to try to sharpen your bidding skills and maybe snag a great prize in the process, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. And right now, April is going to preview one of the cars that you'll try to predict the price.
Oh man, I could hang out here all day next to this beautiful supercar, 2019 ZR1. This is the big dog, top speed 212 miles an hour. She's got a heavily modified LT5 engine with over 1,000 horsepower. Is that necessary? Yes, please. 8-speed automatic, upgraded carbon fiber brakes with 4-piston calibers, and this ZR1 has quite the aero kit with splitters, diffusers, and that giant rear wing. She's going across the block on Super Saturday. It's going to be fun to watch.
All right, thanks, Blue. Right, that ZR1 will cross the block this Saturday. So what you want to do is go to BarrettJacksonFantasyBid.com, or you can scan the QR code that you see on your TV right now to register to play. Who knows, if you play the game at all 4 Barrett-Jackson auctions this year, you could walk away with a 2022 Dodge Challenger. So it is definitely worth playing. There's prizes for each auction and one grand prize for the whole year. Up on the block now, a 1947 Cadillac Series 62 convertible.
The 48 with the P38 styled fins was just a year away. This was the most luxurious car you could buy in 1947. There is the Cadillac Crest as it appeared then. See those little ducky looking things? In heraldry, those are merlettes. Footless ducks, if you will. Wish Cadillac could bring those back, but then again, I wish for a lot of things.
$45,000 for that 1947 Cadillac Series 62. Truck time, we got a 58 GMC Suburban Carrier pickup.
Yeah, this would be the GMC version of the Chevy Cameo Carrier pickup, and 1958 would be the final year for both of them. The Cameo is a fiberglass bed added to the regular step side. Now this would have had a Pontiac V8, and indeed it still does. In fact, GMC used a Pontiac engine. Chevrolet used, of course, their own. This has a vintage Offenhauser triple Rochester 2-jet intake manifold, so it's good to see a Pontiac engine in a GMC pickup, which is correct for 1958.
Wonder how hard you had to look to find all that period speed equipment with those 3 deuces, the Offenhauser manifold, and valve covers. The fiberglass extensions here on a regular GM pickup bed gave it that fleet side look. which would soon become the norm in American pickup trucks, but not then, not in 1958.
Tell you what, this one's getting a lot of love. We're at $125,000. Solid money. That's going to put it at a tie right now for the top 10. Now it's easily in the top 10 at 130. Yep. Well, it's unusual. A 58 GMC Suburban Carrier pickup. Don't see a lot of those. Some custom touches, $130,000. All right, let's check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. I'm down here. I see these beautiful babies come off the dock, off the block here, go to new owners. And Steve Davis just said to me, I have no words. What did you mean by that, Steve?
Murph, we've been building up for this for a long time, me particularly for months, working on the docket. We talked about it a few days ago at our docket meeting. Thursday was going to be a Friday, and we weren't kidding. Absolutely incredible. The number of cars that broke 6 figures, the excitement in the crowd, the bidding wars that were taking place. And imagine, this is Thursday, I remind you.
Yeah, I just sold a pickup, $130,000, and a 50s car just before that, a Cadillac for $100,000. Just for that, a classic.
Well, before I came on air, I did a little bit of research. You have to spend $125,000 just to get into the top 10, and it goes north from there. Does this exceed your expectations, Craig?
Well, you had to sort of keep moving the bar because car prices have been going up and the quality of the cars that we have. So we said going in, you know, every day got upgraded. Steve couldn't stick them all in one bucket. As good as he is at putting 5 pounds in a 2-pound bag.
Yeah, without spilling any, by the way.
Without spilling, but he put it into Wednesday, and everybody's like, really? And then you look at the docket. Wednesday was great. Thursday is like a great Friday. Tomorrow will be like a Saturday, and Saturday will be in its own planetary system.
So I suppose, Steve, that creates one of two things. Very, very happy consigners or very unhappy bidders.
No, I think they're happy too.
The bidders are having fun in a very competitive way. Put it that way.
Very good. Gentlemen, we're all set for the next couple of days. Well done today. Unbelievable.
And we started charity also with
we got to get back up there to the block. This is going off.
Let's go. Let's roll.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. Yeah, what a day it has been on this Thursday. $40,000, the current bid on a 1957 Chevy 210 custom topless Roadster.
Well, this car is not a factory convertible. It's, you know, again, a custom Roadster that's been decapitated, but that's okay. I like what they've done. I appreciate the leather sort of speed strakes, the headrest behind there. Plays into the fins.
That comes from the Aston Martin Vantage. Is where that styling cue came from, with the exposed fairings behind the seats trimmed in the interior leather. Now, it's the first time I've ever seen Aston Martin touches applied to a 57 Chevrolet, but hey, we're at Barrett-Jackson, so why not?
Yeah, 454 big block under the hood. Nice to see that. 5-speed manual.
And away it goes, $80,000 for that topless 210 Chevy Roadster. 1969 Pontiac Firebird 400, one of only 1,500 built that year.
It's got the Ram Air 3 engine, it says, but I'm looking at the hood and I see blocked off air scoop, so not sure what that's all about. But anyway, it is a 400 car. It's painted out to look like a Trans Am, of which not many were built. This, I don't think, is one of them. However, it's a nifty sort of a freestyle hot rod with Pontiac power. Nice to see that instead of the usual LS.
The Trans Am debuted in 1969 and was available only in white with Lucerne blue stripes. So this is similar, but the shape of the stripes is a little different here. So a good bit of freelancing going on. Nobody would confuse this with a Trans Am. It wears a Camaro rear spoiler. It's a very sharply done car, just kind of freelance to taste.
Yeah, it's funny, the consignor does describe that it has PHS paperwork, described as being one of 1,509 with the Ram Air 3. You'd think they'd just take the effort, put the Ram Air stuff on it, and go all the way with it, but the buyer can now do that, if it's truly the case.
Yeah, they say they've got the copy of the invoice, the build sheet, all that stuff is with it, so it's interesting as to why not just take it back to pure.
Well, if it's the real deal, I think you spend the money, you do that, and then you have a car that is worth more than the current bid price of $65,000.
$65,000 for a 1969 Pontiac Firebird 400 with Ram Air 3. Those folks get to sign the paperwork and take it away, and we'll go away for a brief moment as well. Well, I'll tell you what, it's heating up outside, it's heating up inside. There's flames there, but on the block right now, we have a $150,000 sale of a 1995 Porsche 911.
Beautiful in aventurine green, a color that Porsche is now brought back and is part of the palette on the new 911. Green over gray in tremendous condition, and what a number.
Oh, that is pretty spectacular for that car. 1985 Porsche, another one. This one's a 911 Carrera.
Well, this one's been given the turbo body treatment with the wider front and rear fenders and the big wing. This wears the big safety bumpers with the bumper blocks. Guards red, an iconic Porsche color. So this is a turbo look. It is said to be the factory M491 option. You got the 911 turbo suspension and brakes and bodywork. You didn't get the complexity or the insurance premiums that went along with that honking turbo engine, though.
And again, the bodywork on this is not fiberglass. That is all steel. That's the big difference. Of course, a lot of people add this stuff to 911s, but they do it with fiberglass. Not here.
In the 5-speed manual transmission on the 911 Carrera.
65.
Well, the one I had was 1 year newer, and the way you tell this apart from a real turbo is that single exhaust. It doesn't have the additional exhaust for the turbo wastegate.
$60,000 for the 1985 Porsche 911 Carrera, and with that, we're going to check in with Tyler Hoover, who's already got his eyes set on tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm with lot 1036.1, a 1941 Willys, and that's actually not it. And oh, no, that's not it. There we go. The full-size 1941 Willys. This one has a big block Chevy and a blower on it. I'm sitting on the smaller scooter version, but the one over here, the real one, puts out over 800 horsepower. And to hook up that horsepower, they have a tubbed rear end. This is very much a Pro Street Willys with 29-inch tall Mickey Thompson tires. It also has air ride suspension, 4-link rear suspension, and it is a very, very nice, very well done, award-winning show car. It's probably a little more than I can handle, which is why I hopped on this lawnmower-powered scooter, which is actually very comfortable.
It's always important to have something you can take home for the night. All right, thanks a lot. Well, big money right now for something we don't normally see. Third generation 1994 Mazda RX-7.
Gen 3, this will have a 13B, the bigger of the two twin rotor Wankel designed rotary engines that Mazda used. These are so smooth, they'll rev at 8,000 RPM and you can't tell it's not idling. But they polluted, they didn't get great gas mileage, and they don't have any low-end torque. But boy, they will rev to the moon and back.
That's right, no pistons, no connecting rods, no crankshaft here. It's basically an oval case with a triangular rotor. In fact, two of them stacked up, and they go round and around and around. And the good news is they can't really fly apart, so RPMs are unlimited with these things, more or less.
Well, solid money for that one, $47,000 for that 1994 Mazda RX-7. Got another Willys we're going to see on the block, a 1956 Willys Jeep Custom.
Well, it looks very stock externally. Maybe a bit of a lift kit happening here. Of course, manual locking hubs up front. You had to get out and twist those knobs on the end to put this thing in four-wheel, but it looks very, very original, like it would have been back in the day. Has the four-cylinder engine, which is original but not so good, because it's the same engine they used in the Jeep CJ, which was about 800 pounds lighter. So the six-cylinder is a little nicer to have, but it's original.
These were pretty much the first SUVs, these Willys station wagons. and you see how the seat is split, kind of a 30-70 split, not just the rear seat, but the front seat as well, because this is only a two-door. So if you're going to hop into the back, you have to flip the seat back, and then flip the seat bottom. It's being held by the seat belt here. There you go. That's the way you get into the back seat on one of these.
I have to say, I got to eat my words. Sometimes when you read the consignor's descriptions, they start off talking about history. This was a four-banger. Now it has a V8 engine upgrade, which explains the custom component of the name.
Which makes it a slightly more powerful Willis Jeep custom wagon. Out in McGuire Staging Lane, I think we got about another half hour of coverage here of the Barrett-Jackson collector car auction from Scottsdale, but I love the collection of cars out there. We got trucks, we've got some Thunderbirds, Corvettes. There's a convertible sitting right there, all kinds of great stuff yet to cross the block. We'll see it all as it goes across. And up there right now, a 1954 Bel Air Custom.
Just as that Jeep station wagon had a V8 swap, so too has this 54 Chevy. While you couldn't get a V8 and a Chevy till 55, well, somebody's added one to this 54. Out with the 6, in with an 8. It's a 350. Pretty basic engine, but a nice addition.
The aqua over white treatment is both inside and out. And look down the side, there's a look at it, the interior two-tone. The exterior, Bel Air was the top of the line Chevrolet, and so you got this separate panel painted in a different color than the exterior to call out the Bel Air nameplate in front of the rear wheels. And if you paid extra for the automatic transmission, Steve?
It's funny, the Power Glide logo is here, but one little detail we look at is the quadrant on the steering column. You see here it says overdrive 321, so kind of nice. Hiding in plain sight is the 4-speed 4L60 transmission. Kind of cool, but a little bit of old, bit of new. Power Glide is a 2-speed. Good to see it gone.
$60,000 for that 54 Chevrolet Bel Air. In just a moment, we're going to see a different kind of Chevy. It's a 1972 Corvette. This is the big block. 454 cubic inches, Elkhart green, saddle interior. It'll be up on the block in just a moment.
The world's greatest collector car auctions returns to the South Florida Fairgrounds, April 7th through the 9th. Be a part of Barrett-Jackson's highly anticipated 2022 Palm Beach auction and join the amazing vehicles already consigned. Visit barrett-jackson.com to consign today.
My favorite Barrett-Jackson moment has to be attending Barrett-Jackson in person for the first time when I was in high school in 2004. For years, I had been watching it on TV and begging my dad to attend, and it was the first time. The high sale was a 1937 Lincoln Zephyr hot rod. $400,000 seemed like a ton of money back then, but obviously things went way up from there. I was able to attend later years when cars like the Futureliner Pickle Plus sold for over $1 million. Carroll Shelby's personal Super Snake, $5 million, and the Batmobile, of course, another earth-shattering sale at Barrett-Jackson. And now I actually get to be here on camera sharing it with you. To see these guys on television 20 years ago and now to be a part of it is a huge privilege, and I just love coming to the auctions.
So let me get this straight, Tyler. You came here when you were in high school, and at that point, Steve, Mike, and I were already working here.
Turned out to be Mike's first year and my first year, so we got to see all the same things. It's been a privilege watching you guys, and it's even a bigger privilege being a part of it. So thank you so much for having me.
Well, it's a pleasure. By the way, you don't look any different than you do in those high school pictures. The hair is a little weird, but I mean now. $55,000 the current bid on a 1970 Chevelle Custom. Yeah, there's that photo. You got a little bit longer hair. But you look just as cocky right there.
I did rock the bowl cut a little bit longer than anybody should have, unfortunately. Yeah.
The Chevelle Custom here is kind of interesting. Has the ghost stripes, the Super Sport stripes, sort of done in that darker tangerine. I like it. 70 grand.
Solid money. There you go. 1970 Chevelle. We've seen him a couple times this evening. He's having a fun time here at Barrett-Jackson. It's amazing what you can do with the Bidders Pass. All right, slam down to the ground. We got a 1951 Chevy 3100 custom pickup truck.
This one has the corner windows in the cab, a 383 small block Chevy, air suspension, and this might be a wrap. It is a wrap, yes, but that's okay. It's sort of a suede effect, which is, you know, one of many ways you can go. 20 years ago, suede would have been seen as a radical departure from the gloss, but now it's one of several options that are regularly taken by restorers. I like it.
You know, wrapping is very, very popular with cars of my generation, but are we sure this is a wrap?
It is a paint job, correct or correct, but it's a satin paint, and it's hard to tell the difference. Wraps have come so far. But this is paint. I stand corrected.
According to the consignment, the color is mint green, that white interior. You know, nicely done with that matte finish. All right, Tyler, are you a matte finish kind of guy?
I personally don't have a car with a matte finish, but I don't mind it on this one, especially with the stance. You can see the bed's raised up as well. I mean, you could still haul things in it, although it might fall out easily, but I guess the purpose of this isn't hauling things anymore than hauling butt, right?
It says Green Hornets on the tailgate. And I think that tailgate's been sliced down and sectioned a little bit. I think it looks, it's either an optical illusion, but this would be a little taller, I believe, if it wasn't modified. But again, all bets are off. It's totally modified. Looks good.
$49,000 to those folks right there. Fist bumps all the way around. Don't forget Barrett-Jackson.com. That's how you can keep track of what's going on here at Barrett-Jackson. Boy, tomorrow you're definitely going to want to be on the website while you're watching, so you know what's coming up, because there is an incredible collection of cars that will be crossing the block tomorrow. Amazing, amazing stuff. A little while ago, we previewed this 1972 Corvette. Now it's up on the block, a 454.
72 was the final year for a chrome bumper. 73 would bring a rounded safety bumper at the nose, but this is a big block. I like that. It's an automatic car, but the take rate on big blocks dropped to, like, I don't know, 14% for 1972 as fuel prices began to rise and small blocks became the rule.
And this is a very, very nice restoration. It has an NCRS Second Flight Award. Certainly an unusual color. I imagine this is where it came from the factory, which is why they did it. I really like it. More green.
The big block Corvette, to me, is pretty much the only way to fly, although 72 was the final year for the LT1 high-winding small block, which, believe it or not, cost twice as much as this giant 454.
You know, my wife in college had a 1971 Opel GT. This color is Elkhart Lake, almost identical to the color that they had for that Opel GT. I look at this and it's just that Opel GT in like 12 tenths. Same car, just a little bit bigger. $50,000, that's the price for that 1972 Corvette with the big block. All right, let's head over to Christian Murphy.
I better go. Rick, you know, one of the things that I love doing is coming out here to the staging lanes and meeting new people and just talking about cars, that shared love of collector cars. Well, it knows no bounds, not of age, race, or gender, and that's exactly what we explore in a new series we're calling United We Drive. Let's have a sneak peek now at United We Drive.
Cars, it's a community, right? It's everybody. People, they let their guard down when they see these cars.
The trucks are cool, but the people are cooler. It's like an extended family.
It's just love, man.
People everywhere have a passion for classic cars.
Doesn't matter what car you're into, you're there because of classic cars.
These cars have a way of breaking down barriers.
I tell everybody it's deeper than cars. We're a brotherhood.
And bringing people together.
There's a huge need for camaraderie, true camaraderie again.
Regardless of your color, age, how much money you make, where you come from, we are all part of United We Drive.
That is United We Drive, premiering next Thursday, February the 3rd at 10 p.m. on FYI.
Thanks a lot, Murphy. Yeah, that is such a great program, and I love the way we've been putting those together and showing how the cars do bring people together, and that's what we really need right now. 1963 Thunderbird Sports Roadster, solid bidding on this, $82,000.
Well, the second of 2 years of Ford teasing the public with a return to the Baby Bird two-seater, but without the commitment. You take off this cover, you got a back seat, but these were a 2-year only proposition. This is a real one.
Yeah, they were never going back to the two-seaters because they were just making so much money with the four-seaters. It was never going to be back in their future until they finally came out with the modern Thunderbird, which they brought out a while ago, that retro look. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back to Barrett-Jackson in a moment. Well, we've been on the air here on FYI for nearly 6 hours. It seems like the time has just whipped by, and now I see why. The people are moving pretty fast. Sun's long since gone down, but there's still cars left to sell here at Barrett-Jackson. Don't forget, we're back with a full day of auction action tomorrow on both the History Channel and FYI. Up on the block right now, we got a 1966 Nova SS Custom Coupe. They just hammered sold at $85,000. Nicely done with an LS1 V8 engine. All kinds of special work done to that. Well, right behind it, we're going to stay in the Chevy family with a 1967 Chevelle. This is an SS 396 Custom.
Well, it truly is a big block Chevelle. The VIN begins with a 138, so indeed, but it's been freestyled quite a bit, beginning with a firewall shave. That whole firewall area there has been flattened out, and it's sanitary, but it's not factory. That's okay. Big block Chevy under the hood, backed up by a 5-speed manual transmission. Holly Sniper fuel injection hiding under that air cleaner, but a little bit of old, a little bit of new.
And it's also been lowered, and it's riding on what looks like period-correct wheels, but they're also larger diameter, so you get a modern tire. You have Dakota digital gauges that look really nice when you fire it up. And then this bright red paint, it's very attractive.
Your coil springs have been replaced by coilovers, which are adjustable for ride height and firmness. So too up front, tubular control arms replace the stamped steel stuff, so a lot stiffer if you go road racing or, you know, on any kind of a slalom. Less deflection, better handling.
Away it goes, $72,000 for that custom SS 396. All right, let's check out our top sellers of the day, and boy, what a day it has been. The number 3 seller was a Ford GT40 recreation made by Cav GT, a South African company. I tell you, the people here loved it. Rocked the block at $205,000. The top 2 sales, well, they were both for great causes. Like this 1965 Shelby Cobra. It's a 427 6000 continuation series. It was donated to raise money for the Mayo Clinic by NASCAR driver Eric Almirola, right there hugging the guy who made the winning bid at $280,000 for the Mayo Clinic. The top sale of the day, a 2021 Ford Bronco Special Edition, $500,000, every penny going to help the Pope Francis Center, which is helping the homeless in Detroit. Donated by Ford, $500,000. What a day it's been. 1977 Pontiac Trans Am Custom Coupe, already bid to $65,000.
Well, that's because this one has been restomodded pretty well. It has an LS under the hood instead of the 6.6, and I'm sure Bandit would have approved. This isn't his car that's selling on Saturday, but a tribute to it. You have the horsepower to actually get that beer from Texarkana to Georgia.
It is a real Trans Am. It has the original Hurst hatch T-tops, and these are the first type with, the shorter, actually no, these are the Fishers, excuse me. There's no notch, so it's the Fisher top type, but I like what they've done with the shaker. It's actually been made functional. There is fuel injection under here, but you can see here somebody cut out the blocker, but these are molded shut from the factory. But this one's been made somewhat functional. There's no carburetor underneath that may or may not feed into the throttle body, but it works.
To be honest, I'm surprised we don't see more Restomod 19778 Pontiac Trans Am. They've got such a great look, but they just lack the power. So I like what they've done with that. $82,000, away it goes. We did see a Pontiac Firebird from that era bring serious money earlier today, over $100,000. So there is money in those cars. Got a Camaro up on the block right now from 1968 with a lot of custom touches.
Yeah, I was given a similar treatment to the Trans Am that just sold. We have another LS under the hood. This one has a pretty cool cover on it. Also, Dakota digital gauges, but you still have that classic look and that houndstooth interior.
You know, a little mental exercise I like to try and put myself through is to not become jaded. Here at Barrett-Jackson, it seems like everything has an LS, but out in the 50 states, out in the wild, a car like this is pretty unique. Wow, that's cool. Got an LS. So remember, this is kind of an artificial environment we're in here. But out in the world, these things are not nearly as common as they might seem here. Again, you know, high quality stuff. People tend to do it over and over. LS swaps are a good idea. They're lighter, they make more power.
Well, and I won't say they're simple to do, but they're not complicated. The whole concept of the crate engine was such a wonderful thing to come up with. You know, remember in the days we always used to have to rebuild them, and now to just be able to get an engine in a crate, pop it in there, have it run, what a concept.
Well, the LS is almost a religion now, so much that they have LS Fest, which is a whole festival devoted to LS swap cars, LS equipped cars. I don't know any other engine that has a whole weekend devoted to it.
$67,000 for a 68 Camaro Custom with an LS engine. All right, what year Chevelle do you like? I mean, everybody's got their favorites. Some people like the mid-60s, some people like the 70s. I've always liked the 69. It's got that slanted forward look, just looks like it wants to go fast.
Yeah, I call this a rake, nose down. It is a crate engine, this one here. It's a Chevrolet Performance Parts. This is the Ramjet 502, not an LS. And of course, the LS is sort of a more modern engine. This is a retro engine, first out in 65, but hey, it works. Canted valves, big intake and exhaust ports, plenty of power in that really tall Ramjet intake, which is also used in marine applications. So that's tailored toward torque and lots of it.
Well, if we could look underneath, they've done a lot of work. They powder-coated the frame. They powder-coated a lot of the suspension piece. You can see they put disc brakes all the way around. They really worked hard to make this a solid custom.
And they actually did use a factory color on this. It's a show quality one, 67 code burgundy. Rare choice, I would think, but a good one. It looks great to me.
The transmission here, you know, we often talk about Tremec 5 speeds. Well, this one has a Richmond gear 6-speed manual, which again has 2 overdrive ratios in number 5 and number 6. So double overdrive for high-speed cruising at low RPMs. That cowl induction hood is not a factory item on a Chevelle. It's something you would have seen on a 69 Camaro, at least the form of that. But these cars are so popular, the aftermarket actually makes what-if hoods like this for the Chevelle.
$62,000 for a 1969 Chevelle. Away it goes with all those custom touches. Those folks are happy about it all. We're getting close to the end of our coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction on Thursday, this 50th anniversary edition. Don't forget, we are coming back for a full day tomorrow and Saturday as well. So we want to make sure you have your TV tuned and be ready. So up on the block now, a 1969 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck.
Well, again, the short bed, half-ton fleet side. It's the Holy Trinity, if you will. This one's powered by a 383 stroker. It's a first-generation Chevy. In other words, you know, push rods, iron block, and all that kind of stuff, but a great little engine it is, backed up by a Turbo 400 3-speed automatic. No overdrive, but nice to have an automatic instead of a stick shift for convenience.
And you have this diamond quilted interior dash, and they decided to carry on to the theme to the tonneau cover. Actually looks really cool. I haven't seen that before.
Disc brakes, drop spindles, and power steering.
The big rear window, which was an option. Fleet trucks and bare bones vehicles would have had a piece of glass, so about 30% smaller than that.
Yeah, you look at that diamond tuck. I mean, that was such a fad back in the 60s. And everybody had to diamond tuck everything. And then once it went away, it was like, no, we're done with that. Thank you.
Well, I wasn't around the 60s, so I guess that's why I've never seen it before.
That's why you still think it's cool.
It can come back.
$40,000 for a 1969 Chevy C10 pickup truck. All right, we're getting close to the end. This may be the last one we see cross the block, a 1935 Chevy 3-window custom coupe.
Consigner describes it as virtually untouched 35 Chevrolet. Well, if you call putting a 350 and a turbo 350 automatic into it as being virtually untouched, well, so be it. I got to say, it's a steel-bodied car, like the V8 swap, and it's not virtually untouched, but I like what they've touched on it.
Well, they do point out that it does ride on its original box frame because so many of these hot rods we see, the original frame is long gone.
Yeah, it's a pretty car. I love these billet aluminum wheels, disc brakes all the way around.
Remember, go to Barrett-Jackson.com to check out the prices of all the cars that you see here at the auction. Well, that'll do it for us today from Scottsdale, but you know what? We have a massive Friday in store for you. We kick things off with 3 hours on the History Channel at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Then we're going to switch over to FYI for another 6 hours of auction action. It's a car lover's paradise. So, for Mike Joy, Steve Magnante, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, and Christian Murphy, I'm Rick DeBrule. Thanks for riding along with us as we celebrate Barrett Jackson's golden anniversary.